Just working with our company, you're going to get to work with a lot of bright individuals.
Everyone is open and ready to help you, and definitely big on advocating for making sure that you succeed and reach your potential.
Everyone's goal is the same, to make the best products that we can for our clients and make sure that it is everything and more that it could be.
What's kept me here? Our culture. We're genuinely a very great group of people. Everyone's just always willing to lend a hand.
When I have a suggestion or a concern and I voice it, leadership actually hears me.
As a consultancy, every person has a role and has something to bring to the table. There's just a lot of opportunities here if you're up for the challenge.
Jump on board, be part of the fun ride, because we're going places.
Can't get to a computer? Then we've got you covered. Just go to the IndianaSRN app and stay up to date with all of your favorite teams. You can watch live coverage or relive the experience with our on-demand service.
You're good at making big announcements. We're good at your insurance.
Start with Indiana Farm Bureau Insurance, online, over the phone, or in person, and stop knocking on wood.
From warehousing to transportation and everything in between, Piper Logistics does it all. Centrally located, Piper Logistics has 2 warehouses in Indianapolis and a warehouse in Cincinnati, Ohio. Piper Logistics houses over 1 million square feet. Along with our transportation department, we can provide service to half the United States markets.
Aspen Creek Grill, we are a from-scratch concept with comfort fresh food. You can expect a world-class experience on a great budget. We've got incredible specials, great service. Today's dish that we're going to highlight is going to be our Aspen Blue Sirloin. It is, again, our premium Black Angus certified beef, and we top that with a blue cheese crust. Again, everything that we do here is made from scratch, and it's no different from our steaks. We hand cut all our steaks in-house. So our team back there it's just an incredible team. Everything that they do, they take so much pride in. They put a little bit of themselves into everything that they do over here, especially since it is a made from scratch concept. We want everybody to come, visit us, enjoy some great food with some great service. Bring your friends, bring your family, come have some great food, have a great time with us with some of the best comfort scratch food.
Thinking about what to do after high school? Consider a career with Boilermakers Local 374. As a Boilermaker apprentice, you'll earn while you learn. We offer excellent wages and benefits, and as part of our no-cost hands-on apprenticeship program, you'll learn from the best in state-of-the-art training centers and on the job. Become a union Boilermaker and get on your way to a great career. Find out more, visit www.local374.org or call 219-845-1000.
Bertner Electric Incorporated provides professional commercial electrical contractor services to Indianapolis and surrounding communities. Locally owned and operated for over 30 years, our knowledge and experience make us the perfect choice for all your commercial electrical contractor needs. Contact us today.
Thanks to you. Sports. You are truly making a difference in the lives of our neighbors in need.
Can't make it to the game? We've got your back. Just go to www.IndianaSRN.org and tune into all of the live action, or go to our on-demand service and relive your favorite moments.
Sports fans, welcome back to Game Time, to pure spirits, to pure sport. Welcome back to high school sports.
Fans, I'm IHSA Commissioner Paul Knighty, and I just want to say, welcome back.
This is Game Time. This is Indiana high school sports. This is your IHSAA.
Hey Indiana, let's clear the air about vaping. Glue, rat poison, paint. We all know these products contain poisons like formaldehyde, arsenic, and lead. And these are just a few of the chemicals you'll find in e-cigarette vapor. Let's clear the air, Indiana. Don't puff this stuff. Visit don'tpuffthisstuff.com to join the fight and spread the word.
Calling officials cheaters or corrupt, it's not a game.
Insulting referees, it's not a game.
Threatening officials, it's not a game.
Berating young umpires, learning the ropes, it's not a game.
Violent language in the stands, it's not a game.
Verbal abuse from the sideline, it's not a game.
Screaming at a referee in the parking lot, it's not a game.
Welcome to Holbert Arena, where the Anderson Ravens and the Rolls-Holman Fighting Engineers are set for a double dip. First up, the women's teams take the court in Game 1 right here on RHIT.TV. RHIT.TV is brought to you by Reynolds Farm Equipment, your league equipment dealer for over 75 years. Also by Passion to Care. Passion to Care, delivering care with more than 24 years of experience. by Boilermaker Local 374. Boilermakers Local 374 represents highly skilled, highly motivated workers in field construction and metal fabrication throughout the state of Indiana. By Wheeler Mission. For over 131 years, Wheeler Mission has been a pillar in the Indianapolis community. By Bertner Electric, your trusted electrician partner since 1986. The Morales Group. We're in business to create a better future for you and your family. By Piper Logistics, your trusted logistics partner since 1994. Aspen Creek Grill, why go anywhere else? Large selection of food made from scratch and fairly priced. Highway Safety Services. Highway Safety Services Incorporated, an MBE, DBE company, has over 60 years combined experience in traffic control and pavement markings in Indiana. And by the IndianaSRN sports page. Follow the sports page every day with update news from coast to coast. Log on at IndianaSRN.org and click on our tab. Hi, everybody. Welcome to Holbert Arena here in Terre Haute, alongside the voice of Indiana women's basketball, Austin Render. I'm Cruz Martin in Austin. Both these teams coming off of wins. This is the first road trip for Anderson in conference play. We should be in for a good one.
We absolutely should. I think Anderson comes in, like you said, with momentum, but these are two teams still trying to figure out where they're at. That's what this time of the year is all about before we flip the calendar into 2025. It's all about kind of figuring out what do you have, who can play with who, what lineups are going to work the best as you work toward this home stretch of the season.
We'll start talking about the Anderson Ravens. They're off to a streaky start. They countered a 3-game losing streak with a 3-game winning streak. That's what they're riding in here to this afternoon's contest. Coming off a 10-point win at home against Berea. Like we said, this is their first conference road test of the year, and now this team's going to see what they're made of.
Yeah, they haven't been great on the road this year. Just 1-3 so far away from home for Anderson. So it's kind of taking what you had, what you have built in that momentum from the home stretch. They even started this 3-game win streak with a road win at St. Mary's. So that was good, positive momentum coming into this. 2 great home games. Now you got to bring that on the road. Bring that same intensity, that same energy you had at home, and bring it to this new stadium here.
And one problem that Anderson's going to have to mitigate is the turnovers. 21 turnovers in each of the last 2 games, and especially in a conference road game, you have to be able to take care of the basketball.
You do, and that's a fascinating key for both teams today. Neither team has a great assist-to-turnover ratio so far this season. Whichever team can take care of the basketball better, share the basketball better, that typically leads to wins in basketball. It's making shots and taking care of the basketball. Those are the 2 big keys. So for each of these 2 offenses, it's about taking care of the ball, but it's also for the defenses about trying to force turnovers and be aggressive defensively.
This is a well-rounded team, 7 players averaging 8 points or more per game, but Izzy Davis is really the name that stands off the page.
Yeah, she's been phenomenal. Not only does she score, she facilitates at about 5 assists a game, but she too must control the basketball about 5 turnovers a game.
And John Jin, the 4th-year head coach, a 45-43 overall record, a dead even 27-27 conference record over those 4 years at Anderson. When we come back, we'll be talking Rolls-Holman women's basketball right here at RHIT.TV.
A good engineer, a good mathematician, a good scientist can identify problems.
But in order to be a great scientist or engineer, you've got to have curiosity and you've got to have creativity, and that's what's going to set you apart.
You can't teach curiosity. You just need to encourage your student to be curious. Curious in anything that they do. Curious so that it brings out the innovations, the new ideas.
Back at Holbert Arena, game 1 of a men's and women's doubleheader. The women will play first, and Rolls-Holman comes into this game at 3-5. They're bouncing back from an HCAC loss at Bluffton. Actually, they're coming off a 9-point win at Greenville. And Jamie Baum, her second straight 20-point game in that outing. And she has been very impressive so far this year, Austin.
Yeah, she's been terrific. Just an outstanding volume scorer. Can shoot the ball from the mid-range, get to the basket, and 41% from the three-point line. And that's what makes her so difficult is as soon as you start to respect her inside game, you sag off just a little bit, she starts knocking down the threes. The key for Rose-Hulman is can they get somebody else to start going? Off the bench against Greenville, Caitlin Fennell was great, 14 points. They need more of that. They need other people to lighten the load on Jamie Baum.
This is the first of a 3-game homestand for Rolls-Holman. They have to defend home court, not only outside of conference play, which they will have one non-conference game during this homestand, but also in their 2 conference games during this homestand as well.
Yeah, when you're at home, everything's just easier. Your routine is there. Everything feels more natural. But there is a pressure that goes with that, kind of a responsibility. We got to win on our home floor. That's what every team thinks. They got to go out and make that happen here today.
How do you think Anderson is going to try to play Jamie Baum? She's by far and away the leading scorer on this Rose-Hulman team. Do they let her get hers and try to take everybody else out, or did they try to focus all their defensive attention on her and make the rest of the team beat them?
That's the million-dollar question. I think there's two ways you can play it. You can say, we're going to let you get 20, 25, 30 points a game, and we're going to make sure life is difficult on everybody else on your team. Or you kind of take one of those other four players that you don't believe is a great, maybe let's say a great outside shooter, and you sag off of them and you double Jamie Baum. That's going to be interesting to watch. It might not even be one strategy throughout the game. They may have to adjust. They may have to figure out what's working best, because if somebody else gets hot, that's the key for Rose-Hulman. If somebody else can start to score, that alleviates the pressure off of Jamie Baum, and it forces Anderson into some different defenses maybe than they thought they were going to have to play.
Jamie Baum in that game against Greenville, 21 points on 5 of 17 shooting, 10 of 12 from the free throw line, 6 rebounds, and recorded 3 blocks as well in that matchup. The head coach for Rose-Hulman in his second year, Deverin Paul, 15-19 overall record, also a dead even record in HCAC play at 10-10. Austin, give me some of your thoughts on this matchup. We've already talked about both teams, but really I think it comes down to who can handle the ball. We've already talked about it for Anderson, and Rose-Hulman not completely exempt from the turnover problem as well.
Yeah, I mean, each team averaging about 17 turnovers a game, but each team forces about 17 turnovers a game. So again, there's two sides of the coin to this. You got to take care of the basketball, but when you're playing a team that you know can be a little loose with the ball, you've got to up the pressure a little bit. You got to make sure defensively you are in their grill. You got to be in passing lanes, because you know, based on the scouting report, you're going to get opportunities to turn those turnovers into potential points if you are ready for that. Live ball turnovers are the killers. Can you limit the live ball turnovers? If it's a dead ball turnover, you obviously don't want it, but it doesn't lead to an easy bucket the other way. So those are the things. The top of the key lazy passes. That's the kind of stuff both teams have to try and avoid. There's also, neither team is a great outside shooting team. Jamie Baum is terrific for Rose-Hulman, but just 25% as a team as a whole. Nobody else really has lit it up so far this season. So which team can stretch the defense out a little bit and get that three-point shot falling?
We mentioned the road struggles that Anderson has faced so far this year, and Rose-Hulman not off to a great start this year, record-wise as well. What would a win mean to each of these two teams?
Well, it's two teams that are trying to show that they belong in the conference conversation. I mean, you're looking at two teams that are right around 500 in conference play, two teams picked to finish right around the middle of the pack in the HCAC. So if you can get these are the games when you are in the middle of the pack, you got to beat the other folks in the middle of the pack and then kind of establish yourself as one of those contenders for the conference title in a couple of months.
Control what you could control and let everything else fall where it may. We're 30 seconds away from the national anthem and the starting lineups here from Holbert Arena. We'll take a quick step aside for the national anthem. We are going to stick here actually until the buzzer goes off, which it seems as though they've stopped the clock early now. So now we will take a quick step aside here from Holbert Arena for the national anthem and starting lineups here from Terre Haute.
We encourage you to subscribe to our YouTube channel, IndianaSRN. Hit the bell to get notifications for upcoming games and more. Watch as many games as you want, as many times as you want.
A good engineer, a good mathematician, a good scientist can identify problems.
But in order to be a great scientist or engineer, you've got to have curiosity and you've got to have creativity, and that's what's going to set you apart.
You can't teach curiosity. You just need to encourage your students to be curious. Curious in anything that they do. Curious so that it brings out the innovations, the new ideas.
575 of them from 40 states and 19 countries, with a record-breaking number of applications. Did you forget about Rose's outstanding class of 2023 and how 99% of the graduates have landed a position in their dream fields, graduate school, or the military?
The renovations to Munch Hall are finally complete, so I'm sure he'll have plenty to eat at the updated Munch Cafe by the new Living Mall.
We just broke ground on a new residence hall that will be ready for fall 2025.
We celebrated a record-breaking homecoming with more than 2,000 alumni, students, and friends commemorating the 100th anniversary of the bonfire with our first ever drone show. We also welcomed 267 employers for our fall career fair And perhaps the greatest gift of all, the Wall Street Journal named us one of the top 20 best colleges in America, and U.S. News & World Report named us the #1 undergraduate engineering college. You can be a little old for a lot of things, but you're never too old or too far away for Rose-Hulman. 2023 was a year of adventurous journeys, of coming together, of growth. No matter how far away you roam this holiday season, you will never be truly alone as long as Rose is your home.
We encourage you to follow us on Twitter at IndianaSRN. Find upcoming games, video highlights, and much more. Follow us now at IndianaSRN.
Back at Holbert Arena, it's time to meet the starting lineups for the Anderson Ravens and the Rolls-Hulman Fighting Engineers. Let's send it down to PA.
Starting with Anderson University. At guard, #1, Britt Beard. At guard, #11, Sarah Seawalk. At guard, #21, Izzy Davis. At guard, #32, Ella Larison. And at forward, #34, Victoria Latra. The head coach for the Ravens is John Jim. And now let's meet the starting lineup for your Rose-Hulman Fighting Engineers. At guard, the 5'4" sophomore from Jeffersonville, Indiana, #3, Sophia Ruiz. At guard, the 5'6" sophomore from Fort Wayne, Indiana, #4, Amelia Diaz. At guard, the 5'10" senior from Los Altos, California, #5, Jamie Ball. At forward, the 5'10" freshman from Jasper, Indiana, #23, Emma Schill. At guard, the 5'9" freshman from Terre Haute, Indiana, #33, Caitlin Bonnell. Coaching the Fighting Engineers today is Devin Hall.
RHIT.TV is brought to you by Reynolds Farm Equipment. Reynolds Farm Equipment is a leading equipment dealer serving farmers, homeowners, landscapers, and commercial contractors in and throughout Indiana. Nothing runs like a deer. Give us a call today at 317-849-0810. Bruce Martin and Austin Render here from Holbert Arena. We're just about ready for the first game of our doubleheader today. It's the women's for Anderson and Rose-Hulman. The men will follow suit just about 25 minutes after this game concludes. It should be a fun day of basketball here from Terre Haute. You just met the starting lineups out at center court. Victoria Datra will tip off against Caitlin Fennell. And we are underway from Terre Haute.
Again, I'm watching for which defense plays more aggressively here. You know both teams are loose with the basketball. Which defense can force those live ball turnovers?
Three-pointer on the way. That's good. Sarah Seawalk knocks down the triple to open up the scoring for the Ravens.
Well, Jamie Baum can shoot it on one end. It's Seawalk who can shoot on the other end for Anderson, a 41% shooter.
15 of 37 coming into this afternoon's contest. Jumper back the other way, and Amelia Diaz counters with a jumper of her own.
I love the press from both teams. You know that both sides struggle with the basketball. That's a great way to speed them up, but it also, like we just saw from Rose-Hulman, gives you an opportunity to get some easy offense.
Both of these teams struggle to take care of the ball, so these presses could cause some problems offensively for both of these teams. Izzy Davis with it, the leading scorer per game for this Anderson team. Now Beard picked up by Baum. And a travel. Bella Larison shuffled her feet.
But the key to breaking the press is breaking it looking to score. Don't just break it to get across the half-court line. Break it to score. Like we just saw from Rose-Hulman, it got Diaz a wide-open look. If you break it with authority, you're going to get good looks.
Diaz just hit one from that exact same spot. And she does it yet again. Austin, you throw your hands up in the air like you're a genius.
No, it's just that's how you got to do it. You got to look to score. Diaz is kind of sagging in the back of that press, and they lose track of her twice.
You certainly called it. Back-to-back jumpers for Amelia Diaz to begin this game. There's a missed layup down low by Larison, and Rose-Hulman clears. Jamie Baum into the front court. Feeds it down low. Ship up and can't finish it. And the rebound down to Anderson.
Haven't really gotten a chance to look at Anderson's defensive strategy against Jamie Baum yet with how fast they've moved it up and down the floor.
Davis down low. She got her own miss and threw it away. It's picked up by Sophia Reese. Baum into the front court. Floater, yes.
You can see the eyeballs of the defense are looking at Jamie Baum at all times, but right there, she kind of looked them off.
And a steal. Ship got her hand on that one. It's a good start for Rose-Hulman. Fennell was able to track that one down. And now Baum, who's coming off back-to-back 20-point outings, I should say, will get things going for Rose-Hulman offensively in the half court. Nice back cut. Baum up and in. And another steal. Diaz gets the takeaway. Pull up. That one's strong. And the Ravens able to pull that one down.
That's 4 turnovers from Anderson here inside the first 3 minutes. The press is really disrupting this Anderson offense. It might not disrupt it in the backcourt, but it speeds everything up in the front court.
They average just a hair under 17 turnovers a game. Although you mentioned it in the pregame, Austin, they're also very good at forcing turnovers. They force more than they cough it up. Beard down low, had to get rid of it. Davis with 2. They've got to put one up, and a beautiful find on the back door. And Sarah Seawalk saves the Ravens offense on that possession.
This Anderson offense moves really well without the basketball, and right there it was Seawalk, the beneficiary of some good movement off the ball, never panicking with the shot clock running down.
Mid-range. That one good. Emma Ship knocking down the jumper. And Rose-Hulman with 10 early points before the first media timeout.
You get Diaz and Ship and some of these others to knock down shots. It's going to make life a lot easier for Rose-Hulman offensively.
Trip on the way from Davis. That's good. A lot of back and forth action early on.
This has been very up and down, but again, when you press, it does leave you susceptible at the back end, and both teams are getting good looks because of that.
Ship just knocked down a jumper. And then she turns it over. Seawalk on the takeaway with Baum. Leaves it up top. And Larison couldn't finish it. Left it short. And then Diaz turns it over. Larison got it right back.
But those are the turnovers, both possessions, live ball. That one not as prevalent, but live ball turnovers that can quickly go the other way.
Extremely high tempo early on in this one. And a steal. Diaz forces another takeaway. And one thing to look at, Austin, as this game progresses, if this pace does maintain itself throughout the game, these teams are going to have to go to their bench quite often.
I mean, we have barely had any whistles in this first 5 minutes.
Chip had it blocked. Reese recovers it. And right on cue, there's, I think, the first whistle of this game. And a foul called down low on Anderson. Take another look at the layup right there from Baum.
That's good off-ball movement as well from Jamie Baum, and a really good find at the free throw line. I believe that was Ship who fired it into her. That if you've got other players making shots around the floor, it's going to allow Baum to have that movement, to have one-on-one coverage, and then her IQ can get her some easy buckets.
Maria Godoy Rodriguez and CK Gallegos Rodriguez both checking in for the first time for the Engineers. A couple of substitutions in for Anderson as well. Floater on the way from Godoy Rodriguez, no. Last touch by the Fighting Engineers. And that should take us to the media timeout. Take another look at that jump shot from Ship.
Yep, if you got others hitting shots, this is how Rose-Hulman can really get hot offensively, allows Baum to play more freely, and others hit shots.
Fast start here from Terre Haute. We'll take a quick break here on RHIT.TV.
Finding the right answer and trying again, that's really what dragged me to aerospace. I saw other people making amazing stuff on 3D printers, and I thought if I combined that art of 3D printing with engineering, I could make something as complex as an airplane. It all changed when I came to Rose-Hulman. Feel amazing that I have still 3 years to do something much more complex.
Hello and welcome to Game Day. My name is Keith Myers. I'm the Vice President of IndianaSRN. We're glad that you joined us today. If you'd like to see more content just like tonight, just hit the donate button. Every dollar that you donate will go right back into more games right here on IndianaSRN. This means more games for you. It's IndianaSRN, where you always have a front row seat.
RHIT.TV is brought to you by Morales Group Staffing. We're in business to create a better future for you, for your family, and for the community we share. We can match you with the right career or hire the right candidate for your company. Call us today at 317-472-7600. Back at Holbert Arena, Cruz Martin and Austin Render. A quick start for both of these teams, both offensively. I should say offensively in terms of shooting, but in terms of turnovers, both of these teams off to a quick start as well. 7 combined turnovers over the first 5 minutes between these two teams. Williamson knocks down the three.
That's a big part of this game right now. Anderson has knocked out all 3 of its three-point looks. Rose-Hulman hasn't taken one yet, and this is not a great three-point shooting team in Anderson, but they're coming off a good performance against Perea when they shot 8 of 20.
Bomb lifted short. She'll go back up, counting in the foul.
She's just a complete player. Does a really good job with the ball in her hands. Does a great job off the ball. Has been really solid walling up defensively and then crashing the glass and finishing through contact. Been very impressed with her so far.
And Baum knocks down the free throw. 5 early points for Jamie Baum. Actually make that 7 early points for Jamie Baum with the 13 for Rose-Hulman. Coming off of back-to-back 20-point games coming into this one. Another 3. That one no good. Taylor couldn't knock it in. Down low. Layup's good. Sophia Reese able to find the cut.
Something that will be interesting, though, if Anderson can keep hitting the threes, when will Rose-Hulman have to start hitting some threes themselves? But right now, Rose-Hulman's doing a great job of getting out in transition and getting easy baskets because of it.
15-11 start for the Fighting Engineers here this afternoon. And for the most part, they played solid defense for the exception of the hot shooting outside for Anderson early on. Larison left it short. And Reese will take it back. Godoy Rodriguez. And she coughs it up. Down to the floor we go. And a tie-up. Possession arrow will keep it here. Take another look at that last layup.
I mean, this is just good off the ball. It's not technically transition because the defense had quote-unquote gotten set, but they're still shuffling around, still trying to figure out where their man is, where everything's going. And the constant movement is important because it doesn't let the defense get set. Rose-Hulman did a good job of that.
Nice pass inside from Ship. And Godoy Rodriguez is waiting for it.
It's easy buckets right now for Rose-Hulman. Anderson's having to work a lot harder on its end of the floor to get good looks. They've only made 1 2-pointer in this entire game.
4 separate players have scored for Rose-Hulman already tonight. Layup no good from Taylor. And Baum clears it.
But every layup is contested for Anderson right now. Rose-Hulman's getting a lot easier looks around the basket.
Ship couldn't control it. And she throws it into Lauren Smith, and she was fouled by Amelia Diaz. Make it 5 different Rose-Hulman Fighting Engineers have scored in the early going compared to Anderson's 3. And of course the turnover number, also something to keep an eye on as of right now. Rose-Hulman with the advantage, or I should say disadvantage in terms of the numbers, 5-2, Anderson with the majority of them. Davis has been quiet so far. She's the leading scorer per game for this Anderson team. Down to 6. She's going to force it up. Left it short. Ball loose and cleared by Ship.
So many possessions for Anderson coming down to the final 5-6 seconds of the shot clock. Great defense by Anderson, or by Rose-Hulman, excuse me.
Pass down low. Bomb open for a triple. Yes.
They have tried to play her just one-on-one, maybe letting her have hers, and she's making them pay right now for that decision defensively. We'll see if John Gingood decides to change things up at all throughout this game.
10 of the 20 Fighting Engineer points have come off the fingertips of Jamie Baum, and Paige Williamson shuffled her feet.
I mean, she is just putting on a show, so you can see that when you have other players that are scoring, there's other retention elsewhere, and then Jamie Baum just kind of sneaks over, but there's not really an excuse to ever let her get out of your sight. She's a 19-point-a-game scorer. You know how lethal she is from long range. Got to keep a body on her at all times.
Rose-Hulman has opened up a 9-point lead here in the closing moments of the first quarter. Turnaround jumper. That one no good from Godoy Rodriguez. This was back and forth for the first 5 minutes or so, but this is the second segment of the first quarter has been all Rose-Hulman. Seawalk got caught up. Beard a floater. Left it short. She got her own rebound. Shot clock resets. And Baum stuffs that floater.
She brings her intensity on both ends of the floor. Been very impressed with her on-ball defense. And right there, gave up the offensive rebound, but didn't give up on the play and gets the block.
To the top, 3 on the way. That's good. Tori scales off the bench, knocking down the 3, her first of the season. And it's all Rose-Hulman in the early going.
It almost looked like Anderson couldn't decide if it was in a zone or man-to-man. Different people were in different positions, and they were all out of whack.
Anderson desperately needs to stop the bleeding, and they won't be able to. Another turnover on the Ravens.
Well, the key is that 9 points have come off of those turnovers for Rose-Hulman. They're not just turning them over, they're taking advantage of those extra possessions.
11 points for Anderson in the opening quarter, 8 turnovers. Lorenzen with 2. Lorenzen's going to have to force it up, and they won't get a shot off. And so that's how the first quarter will come to an end.
She did not know. Her coach is telling her right now, hey, you got to look at the scoreboard. We had 6 seconds to work with, but all in all, a great quarter for Rose-Hulman, making shots and getting the big lead here.
Is about the only thing that went wrong for Rose-Hulman in that opening quarter. A 12-point lead for the Fighting Engineers on RHIT.TV. RHIT.TV is brought to you by Boilermakers Local 374. Boilermakers Local 374 represents highly skilled, highly motivated workers in field construction and metal fabrication throughout the state of Indiana. When you need a safe, dependable workforce for a new build, an upgrade, or facility maintenance, you can count on Boilermakers Union Local 374 to do your job right the first time. That was a dream opening quarter for Rose-Hulman. They lead 23-11 over Anderson in their home opener in HCAC play. In Austin, the main storyline in that first quarter, 8 turnovers for Anderson, and Rose-Hulman shooting 63%.
Yeah, when you're going to shoot that high of a percentage, you're going to have a lead, and they've been able to take advantage of Anderson's mistakes, not only force them, but turn them into easy looks on the other side.
Larison left it strong. Jamie Baum leading the way for Rose-Hulman in that opening period with 10 points. Floater down low, no good by Fennell, and it's tipped out to Seawalk.
Who's going to step up here for Anderson and kind of take a charge offensively?
Baum tried to take one right there. Seawalk got the benefit of the doubt. She'll go to the line for the first time here this afternoon.
Somebody's got to kind of step up here, whether it's Seawalk, whether Izzy Davis, who you mentioned at the end of that first quarter, very quiet so far today. Maybe it's Bella Laris, and maybe it's someone else who starts to get hot here. But somebody's got to take a little bit of an onus on themselves to say, I got to make something happen here for this offense. And the first thing is taking care of the basketball, because the amount of turnovers that have just simply been getting the basketball and then taking 2 steps and traveling before even putting a dribble down, those are easily correctable things, but things that are going to really frustrate John Ginn and his coaching staff.
Seawalk split the pair, 1 of 2. So that cuts the deficit from 12 down to 11. Full head of steam down low. And Sophia Reese couldn't finish it. She'll get 2 shots.
One team's been very aggressive today, and that's Rose-Hulman, breaking the press to score, and even in the half court, getting downhill to the bucket. The other team in Anderson has been a little bit passive. They've taken a little bit more time for their offense to develop. They're more methodical offensively, but right now, the tempo, the pace, the aggressiveness is all favoring Rose-Hulman.
Reese knocks down the first free throw. Graduate of Jeffersonville High School, played for the Red Devils back in the day. She knocks down the second. Only 4 points in her last 2 games as well for Sophia Reese, so a good sign to see the ball going through the net for her. Pass down low, intercepted. Baum on the takeaway.
It's great weak side rotation by Jamie Baum, seeing that pass coming.
Baum 3-on-1, lost it out of bounds. And Baum is getting a little bit too ahead of herself. Tried to get downhill, but there wasn't a whole lot there for her.
Yeah, but that's been the mentality today, and so you stick to it. They've been aggressive all day, keep being aggressive. Occasionally it won't work, but more often than not today it has for Rose-Hulman.
Seawalk lost it. She picks it up. Izzy Davis has been silent. Offensive foul.
Yeah, it just ran right into her. It didn't even make it look like she didn't mean to. I mean, it looked like she knew exactly what she was doing. Running toward the person, gave a little hip check, and that one's going the other way every time.
Another Anderson turnover. Rose-Hulman still sitting pretty here in the early going of the second quarter. Again, a lot of game to go, but so far Rose-Hulman has completely controlled this game, really from the midpoint of the first half and onward. Diaz recovered the blocked shot. Ball deflected out of bounds. Who touched it last? They're going to say Fennell did. Now the officials are going to congregate.
Yeah, I mean, we had as good of a look as any there. I didn't think that Fennell came out and touched it, but
looks like they're going to let the call stand.
Wow.
So Anderson's going to hang on to it. One of the few things that have gone right for Anderson, other than their early shooting from outside the arc, which has since gone relatively stagnant. And not for a lack of missing shots, more so they haven't gotten the shots up that they were getting in the early moments of this game. There's a look. Larison couldn't put it in. And Sophia Reese skies in for the rebound.
Yeah, Devin Paul and his staff have made an adjustment in this game on the Anderson three-point shooting. They've taken that away from them because they know if they do that, the inside game is not there right now for Anderson. There's not really a presence in the paint.
Substitution in for Anderson. As McKinley Taylor will check back in and Victoria Datro will take a seat. Anderson looking for some answers. Will it come in the form of a triple? No. Just short off the rim for Sarah Seawalk, out of bounds. And the Fighting Engineers will take it back the other way.
That's a great look for your best three-point shooter. That's where you say, okay, we got what we wanted. It didn't fall, but we got to keep doing that. You got to keep doing that, and eventually those shots will start to fall.
Reese pass out of a shot. Diaz corner pocket.
That is an excellent, excellent play by Sophia Reese. She draws the defender into the help defense, kicks it out, boom, three-point shot. And now what that's going to do is that's going to open up driving lanes as well.
Speaking of a driving lane, Davis found one, but she couldn't finish it off. Diaz just hit one. Pass inside for Ship, left-handed, yes.
Boy, when it rains, it pours, and the Fighting Engineers are making everything right now.
Cameron Paul loving what he's seeing from this Rose-Hulman team. Anderson wants to talk it over. It is an 18-point lead for the Fighting Engineers on RHIT.TV.
So I started working on Babcock Ranch 16 years ago. We designed a sustainable community that is also storm resilient, and also it has a ton of flood control associated with it. It has 75 megawatt solar facilities on site, which will cover the entire 18,000 acre community. In September of 2022, we had Hurricane Ian. We had 150 mile an hour sustained winds for about 10 hours and 21 inches of rain. Babcock really had little to no damage at all. We were the only place in a 2-county area that had any electric or any available drinking water that did not need to be boiled. And Rose really prepares you to go out, think outside the box, and problem solve. And I think for any major at Rose-Hulman, that's what you're getting. You have the ability to go out and create something new and innovate and change the way that we live as humans today.
RHIT.TV is brought to you by Passion to Care, delivering care with more than 24 years of experience. As a prestige healthcare company, Passion to Care is driven by decades of expertise that drive to go above and beyond. Call us today at 317-537-1811. It's an 18-point lead for Rose-Hulman as we return to Holbert Arena, and the Fighting Engineers shooting a whopping 57% from the field early on, Austin.
Yeah, but Anderson shooting 27%, and they're turning the ball over. That's a tough combo, and it's led to this deficit.
Reese down low for Ship. Baum has 10 already, looking for 12, and she cashes in.
Right now, Anderson is 1 of 10 from inside the arc in this game, and most of those have been layups. They have gotten opportunities. It's sometimes as simple as one team's making shots and the other isn't. Anderson's getting some looks. They've got to start cashing in.
And another turnover for Anderson on the carry. They're 12th already in the first half. So we take another look at that transition basket.
Cruz, this is playing defense knowing your scouting report. You know this team tends to put balls up in the air in passing lanes. If you're there, you anticipate them. Baum does. And what does she do? She doesn't just take the ball and dribble it up the floor. She pushes it up the floor to try and go score.
Gallegos Rodriguez got into the paint. And she'll have 2 shots on the way.
I mean, for Anderson right now, it's got to be, how do we get a couple of stops, a couple of scores, and we turn this 20-point game? You got 6:13 till halftime. There's so much time left in this game. Can you turn this into a 10 to 12-point game by halftime? Can you kind of make it manageable? You got to take one bite of the elephant at a time here. There's no 20-point play in basketball, so you've got to try and find a way to string a couple of stops together, a couple of scores, going a 6-0, 8-0 run, kind of feel like you're a part of this game again.
They're certainly not going to get it back in one possession. I think that you're exactly right on that point. And we'll see what Anderson is able to do over the course of the last 6 minutes and 6 seconds of this first half. They've got a lot of ground to make up. Down 22. That might help. McKinley Taylor will go to the line, a chance to complete the 3-point play.
And those are the shots they've missed throughout this game, is those running layups on each side of the basket. And all of a sudden you make one, you get a foul added to it, chance for a 3-point play. But right now, for me, they got to make those shots, but at some point you got to start getting some stops on the other end of the floor, because right now Rose-Hulman's getting whatever it wants. So it doesn't matter what you do on the offensive end of the floor. If you can't make stops, it's not going to matter. So they got to play some defense here, maybe try and create some turnovers that lead to easy baskets.
The turnovers and the missed shots for Anderson, compounded by the fact that Rose-Hulman is shooting 59% from the field, is how we've got to this point. Ship scores.
But again, it's way too easy for her to get into the paint there. There's no pressure on her at all. She's just backing her way down, and then when she gets to shoot, that's when the defense comes, but at that point it's too late.
Williamson floater. No. Baum there to take it. It was back and forth for the first 5 minutes or so of this game. And ever since then, it has been all Rose-Hulman. Baum, step back. Can't get the bounce. Rebound down low. Gallegos Rodriguez couldn't finish it. And Anderson will take it back the other direction. That three's good. Lawrence Smith stepping up and knocking down the triple.
Yeah, you got to start making some shots here if you're Anderson. But I've been impressed by the others of Rose-Hulman so far. Diaz leads the team with 12, but the rest of the team with 24. A lot of people contributing to this offense right now.
What a finish on the inside. Sophia Reese with the left hand. That's been indicative of the way Rose-Hulman has played here today. And a counteract from Paige Williamson. And now a timeout called. Anderson starting to find the bottom of the net a little bit. Again, you got to chip away one possession at a time. It's a 30-second timeout, so we'll stick with you here on RHIT.TV, which is brought to you by Piper Logistics. For more than 2 decades, the seasoned professionals at Piper Logistics have consistently been the trusted allies for all your inventory management, warehouse fulfillment, and transportation needs. We stand as your comprehensive logistics partner. Ride with us today and call us at 317-396-1023.
It was 22, Cruz. Now it's 17. There's a little bit of the bite right there, but you got to keep chipping away at it. And when it's so hard when you have a deficit like this. Every basket the other team makes feels just crushing. But you got to weather the storm. And for me, I think Anderson's going to have to make threes. I mean, they're just going to have to start raining threes at some point. Not raining, but they're going to have to make the shots. They got to take good looks from beyond the arc because Rose-Hulman's not a high percentage three-point shooting team. So if you can start trading threes for twos, at least you start to chip away at this deficit.
They've already done so a little bit, Austin. You mentioned it. Cut 5 points out of what was once a 22-point deficit. Baum will try to push it back to 20, as she does.
It's the one person that you cannot let get open from three for Rose-Hulman. That's a defensive breakdown for Anderson, and good job by the teammates finding Baum.
Beard inside, how to the shot rejected. Caitlin Fennell sending that one back to the Rose-Hulman bench.
Going 2-3 zone here, trying to change it up.
And Sophia Reese is fouled on the jumper.
It's just, you got to control the things you can control right now if you're Anderson. And it's not fouling on jump shots. It's not turning the ball over. It's the simple little things that they've got to take control of. You can't control sometimes whether or not a team gets super hot from beyond the arc. But you can control what you're doing with the basketball in your hands.
Take another look at that block on the other end. It wasn't Caitlin Fennell, actually. It was Maria Godoy Rodriguez sending that back the other way.
It's just good help defense and knowing where the ball's coming. The defender got beat off the ball, and she's in the right place defensively to easily get over and help.
Approaching 3.5 to go. Anderson has struggled to score the ball here today. They've also struggled taking care of it as well. Taylor with the right hand. Can't finish it. Austin, how many shots have they missed within 5 feet of the basket?
So many. I mean, they're 5 of 8 from 3 and 2 of 14 from inside the arc today. That they have knocked down the threes, but when you're not making layups, it's tough. I'm curious to see how this 2-3 zone works against Rose-Hulman. A 2-3 zone is typically organized to try and make you shoot threes over top the zone, and I think if it's not Baum, Anderson can live with that.
They got the stop right there. Baum missed the floater. And Anderson still with some time to cut into this deficit going into halftime. You'd think if you get it down to below 15 points, you'd be feeling pretty good.
Yeah, I think if it's a 13, 14-point lead at halftime, there's still 20 minutes left in this basketball game. It's very feasible to get right back into it. But the key is this next 250. Do you get it to 13 or 14? Or does Rose-Hulman, who has the opportunity now to step on the gas and get it to 25, 26 points, and then you kind of crush the hopes of Anderson. So it's a pivotal time for both teams right here.
Shot blocked with a foul. That will send Victoria Danger to the free throw line.
It's so easy to feel comfortable. You're up by 20, shots are falling, but what if you come out in the second half and shots aren't falling, and you start to see that lead trickle down from 15 to 12 to 8, and all of a sudden now all the pressure's on Rose-Hulman. So with the shots falling, the great flow, all the momentum the Fighting Engineers have right now, they've got to take that and say, why don't we make this 20-point game 25? Why don't we make it 28? Just keep pressing and try and make sure there's no chance of Anderson coming back.
RHIT.TV is brought to you by Dynamark. Looking to elevate your brand? Choose Dynamark, your local one-stop shops for all your print, signs, promo products, apparel, and mailing services. Serving Indianapolis for over 50 years, Dynamark, where strong relationships are built through exceptional service. Call us today at 317-328-2555. Turnover and a foul in transition. And Anderson was only able to go 1 for 2 on that last trip, but they get another 2 opportunities right here.
You got to get defense to offense. Easy shots right now for Anderson. We talked about that in the pregame show. Which team can put more pressure on the other? I would say it's been Rose-Hulman putting the pressure on Anderson right now in terms of forcing the turnovers, but we still know that Rose-Hulman can be a little loose with the basketball. They average over 17 turnovers a game, so if Anderson can start to put some pressure on them and try and get some easy buckets out of it, that might be a way to get back into this game.
Seawalk knocks down both of them, cuts the lead back down to 17.
You also got to make free throws. When that clock is stopped and you've got freebies, you got to make them. Just a 66% shooting team for Anderson on the year at the free throw line.
Now Austin, this Anderson defense extending their defense out. And it's not going to matter. Ship underneath for 2.
Get it right in the middle to Julia Myers. She's running the middle. And then when you get to the middle, that's where the passing lanes create themselves in a really nice find to Ship.
Lead extended back to 19. Pass down low, a nice find. Datra goes up and misses another one right in front of the bucket. Baum splitting the defense, and a turnover. And a foul, I think, called in the backcourt potentially as well. Take another look at that middle right there, Austin.
Yeah, right in the middle of the zone. All the eyeballs go on you, and then that's where you find either a kick out for a 3, or in that case, Ship had her defender sealed off, so she bounced it inside. A really nice find.
The officials debating whether this is a shooting foul or not. The foul was called on Anderson.
Well, I believe they're in the bonus. Yeah. So it's not about shooting or not. I think it's if it was a foul. Now the question is, was it an offensive foul? If it was an offensive foul, then there's no shots that go with it. But if it was just a loose ball foul, then it's shots for Rose-Hulman.
Jamie Baum was the player who went down to the floor for Rose-Hulman. And so she would be the person in question to shoot these free throws. And that's exactly what's going to happen. First shot's good. RHIT.TV is brought to you by Highway Safety Services. You do what you do, we'll keep you safe doing it. Contact us at 765-446-1502.
I mean, how good has Jamie Baum been in this game? 16 points. But I think the story is more so what her teammates are doing, A, to get her the basketball, but B, to take some of the pressure off of her and score the basketball.
Lead back to 21. Dump inside. Shot short. Might have been altered. Datra missed it. Baum has it. Storming into the front court. Now she'll wisely back it off and get things set up in the half court. There's the middle entry and a foul from behind on Datra.
Yeah, that's one where if you're Datra, you got to see that pass, and that's fine, but just set up and wall defensively. You don't need to reach there. You've got the help from everybody else. Just sit there and make sure she doesn't get past you. The reach, and a lot of people do it. You see that, it's appetizing. Like, ooh, here comes that ball. But as you reach, your shoulder hits the back, and boom, that's going to get called every time.
First free throw rims in and out for Emma Ship, who on the year is a 67% free throw shooter coming in. And she misses both of them. Davis into the front court. Only 3 points on the day for Izzy Davis, who comes in averaging 14.
Seawalk had an open look at 3 right at the beginning of that possession. The whole bench reacted as if they wanted her to shoot it.
In and out, no offensive rebound by Smith. Reload, triple. Larison knocks it in.
How common are three-pointers off offensive rebounds? It's incredible. Everybody loses sight of their man because you probably have to pick up somebody new off the rebound. and that's when the most open threes tend to happen.
Under a minute here in the second quarter. It's been all Rolls-Holman since the 5-minute mark of the first quarter. Anderson trying to chip back into this lead before halftime. They put together a solid defensive possession, and they're able to close it out with a rebound, although they're in trouble on that baseline. And a turnover. Meyer got fouled.
Boy, that whole sequence was tough because Anderson plays a terrific defensive possession, but you almost needed to do like a soccer move where that ball's rolling toward the corner and just like make sure the defender, the other team doesn't get past you. Watch here. Just kind of make sure they don't grab it and let it go out of bounds because it's going to be your ball. Grabbing that ball in the corner was probably the last thing she wanted to do because now all of a sudden the pressure's on her. A quick double team is there. Maybe she didn't know the double team was behind her, but either way, that ball was close enough where Smith's just got to let that ball go and just kind of wall off the defenders and make sure nobody else touches it.
Well, they haven't paid for it yet. Meyer missed the first, but she cashes in on the second. And so that extends the lead back to 19 points for the Fighting Engineers. Anderson's going to try to hold for one. Izzy Davis on the bounce. Just 3 first-half points for the leading scorer for the Ravens. Davis downhill, the handoff, the jumper. Yes, Larison knocking it in with 3. Bomb on the run with 1. Baseball pass down the court. And that one falls up short. And that will be the final tally at the half. Rolls-Holman tallies 46 first-half points. They lead by 17 going into the break, Austin.
Yeah, I mean, it's the performance of Baum certainly with 17, but I look at people like Emma Schiff's got 8 points. She averages 9 a game. 8 in the first half, that's big. Sophia Reese has 6. She averages 7 a game. Those are the types of players, when you're getting production from the others, it allows Jamie Baum to play with so much freedom, and the defense can't be locked in on her because other people are threats as well.
17-point lead for Rolls-Holman here on RHIT.TV. We'll take a quick step aside and return after this.
Brian Chrisman joins me today. And Brian, talk a little bit about the winter and Wheeler Mission and how important it is for people to help Wheeler Mission, because winter means homeless and homeless means people in the cold. Talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, I mean, we really serve a lot of people year round, no matter what the weather is, right? And so we serve anywhere from 700 to 900 people who are experiencing homelessness every single night. But when winter hits, that can become life or death. So if you're stuck out in the cold, happens every year. IMPD will find people out in the cold and encourage them to come in. But if they don't catch them in time, I mean, again, life and death. And so it's vital that our doors are open. And so we do that. Our staff shows up every day to make sure our doors are open. We serve 1,000 meals a day plus every single day. That's a nice, warm, nutritious meal. Donors provide that. Donors provide our food, coffee, something hot to drink. You know, donors provide that. So there's a lot of opportunities to get involved at Wheeler to make sure we can get through winter, or to work at Wheeler. We need staff, and so we're always looking for staff to get us through the winter time. We spread ourselves thin during winter, making sure that anybody can find space, and so we have bed capacities. For sure, but we go beyond that every winter to make sure that the city has an option for people who are experiencing homelessness in the dead of winter.
Schools out there that are watching this program with our reach, maybe they want to do a sock drive, or they want to do a sweatshirt drive. They can contact our office at IndianaSRN, or they can contact you. Where's a contact, or who would be a contact that maybe we want to do a sock drive? I think that would be a great idea for SRN to start one of those sock drives. How would that? What does that look like?
Yeah, so if you go to wheelermission.org, we have our needs lists that are right there on our website. Those change sometimes in the winter, but there are some needs that are pretty much continual when it comes to hygiene items, when it comes to warm items to get us through the winter. So when you're talking about coats, especially bigger sizes for people that come through, we want to make sure a lot of people that come to our mission, they come with the clothes on their back, right? And so we need to make sure they have something to wear during their stay with us, which could be for a few weeks, could be for a couple months. And so go to our website, wheelermission.org. You can donate directly there, whether it's a financial donation or you can look at our needs list. You can even find drop-off locations. You could drop it off at some of the barns that we have around the city, or come right down to Wheeler Mission, drop it off right there. But we need this community's support. So greatest thing about Indianapolis is it is a generous community.
Yes.
It is a community that steps up when there's a need. And there's 1,700 homeless individuals in our community. That number has risen 5% just over the last year. Wheeler Mission is the main place for those individuals to go, has been since 1893, over 130 years. And so support that ministry so that those doors can be open, making sure that every man, woman, and child that needs to come inside can come inside and not only get warm, but get nutritious meals, food, shelter, and care. And so beyond that, we take them through a whole journey of program to make sure that they come out our back door different people. But the first things first, right? Get them fed and get them warm and get them safe.
Since it's basketball season and we cover over 300 games a year on IndianaSRN, we challenge our basketball teams and our basketball programs to get involved. There are meals that need to be served. Tell our teams out there how they can help and serve meals.
Yeah, no better way to really open your eyes to the community's needs than to stand in front of people who are desperately in need and hand them a meal, hand them what they're asking for that day. So great group opportunity is to volunteer at Wheeler Mission. You can go to wheelervolunteer.org. You can sign up a group. It can take an hour and a half to come down and serve a lunch. You can get 12, 15 people involved in that, a dinner. Come down either at our men's shelter or our women's shelter. It's a really cool experience for teams, not only to help in a way that you're making a difference, but to see the people that you're helping, right? To hand a meal to someone and smile and say hi to someone literally in their darkest moment, right? So
best assist they can ever make.
Oh yeah,
is to serve a meal.
That's a good point. It's a slam dunk.
It's a slam dunk, exactly. For IndianaSRN, this is Keith Myers.
They say nice guys don't finish first. So maybe it's time to reconsider what it means to be first.
It's about being your best, but knowing you could be even better.
It's being present, but respectful of history.
You sure you want to make that move?
It's donating something more valuable than money.
It's believing in yourself and something bigger.
It's coming from different families, but treating each other like brothers.
It's not just being a man, it's being a Mason.
Hey, thanks for joining us tonight. We consider it a privilege to have you as one of our listeners and viewers. If you'd like to see more content just like tonight, just hit the donate button. Every dollar that you donate will go right back into more games right here on IndianaSRN, which means more games for you. It's IndianaSRN, where you always have a front row seat.
So my goal is to get involved in space industry and learn about what lies beyond the Earth's horizon. I came across Rose Rocketry. I saw, hey, they're doing some really cool stuff. They're building rockets. Being at Rose, I was able to hone my engineering skills to push myself to get involved in the field further and learn about all these different opportunities. And I don't think I would have really gotten that at a bigger university.
Calling officials cheaters or corrupt.
Insulting referees.
Threatening officials.
Berating young umpires, learning the ropes.
Violent language in the stands.
Screaming at a referee in the parking lot. It's not a game.
Finding the right answer and trying again, that's really what dragged me to aerospace. I saw other people making amazing stuff on 3D printers, and I thought if I combine that art of 3D printing with engineering, I could make something as complex as an airplane. It all changed when I came to Rose-Hulman. I feel amazing that I have still 3 years to do something much more complex.
Hello and welcome to Game Day. My name is Keith Myers. I'm the Vice President of IndianaSRN. We're glad that you joined us today. If you'd like to see more content just like tonight, just hit the donate button. Every dollar that you donate will go right back into more games right here on IndianaSRN, which means more games for you. It's IndianaSRN, where you always have a front row seat.
Anxious over algebra? Call Ask Rose, the free science and math homework helpline. It's free world-class tutoring. Just call, chat, email, or screen share. Learn more at askrose.org. Confused by chemistry? Call Ask Rose, the free science and math homework helpline. It's free world-class tutoring. Just call, chat, email, or screen share. Learn more at askrose.org.
At first, me and my mom were struggling. I was trying to pay the bills and trying to take care of my mom at the same time. When I first heard that I can get paid for taking care of my mom, I was kind of skeptical because I had been doing it for so many years without pay. That's when I reached out to Passion to Care. I read all their reviews and I saw that they were #1 in the field. Passion to Care has really, really changed my life. Right now, I take care of my mom 24/7 thanks to Passion to Care.
Welcome back to Holbert Arena. The halftime score, Rose-Hulman 46, Anderson 29. It was a dream start for the Fighting Engineers. They're potentially 20 minutes away from picking up their second conference win of the season. Cruz Martin back alongside Austin Render. And Austin, those first 5 minutes are really competitive in terms of a scoring aspect, but ever since then it's been all Rose-Hulman, and Anderson hasn't found a way to chip back into that lead.
Yeah, it's been kind of a full storm of things on Anderson in that first half. Anderson couldn't buy a bucket. They were 3 of 18 from 2-point range in that first half. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, Rose-Hulman's making everything. This is a 25% three-point shooting team that went 4 of 5 from 3. Now, part of that is they got hot, but part of that is Anderson's leaving them wide open on most of those three-point shots. I thought as good as Baum was, we're showing Ship right now, she was the player, to me, that made things happen. 8 points for her in the first half, 5 assists, only 1 turnover. Those are huge numbers, and when your forward is leading your team in assists, that's really good because they're getting her the ball either in the middle of the 2-3 zone or down to the block against man-to-man. And she's facilitating it, moving it around, getting other players involved. I was very impressed with the way that Ship performed in that first half.
Ship had a good first half, and so did Jamie Baum right there at the center of your screen. 17 first half points. She's just 10 points off of her career high of 27 to go along with 7 rebounds and 3 steals. Rose-Hulman shot 56% in that first half, 80% 4 of 5 from beyond the arc. But the 2 big numbers that stand out, I should say they're 3. They have single-digit turnovers, I think, but only 6 in that first half. 14-2 in points off of turnovers and 20-4 in points in the paint, all in advantage for Rose-Hulman.
Yeah, that's ginormous. That's taking advantage of opportunities defensively that Rose-Hulman did, but that's also layups. And that's been a big story in this first half, is Anderson's missing a lot of layups. It's not that 20-4 could have easily been 20-16 if Anderson just makes maybe half of its layups that it had there in the first half. Again, 3 of 18 from the 2 points inside the arc in that first half for Anderson. So sometimes you could dig into the stats all you want and try and find all these things that may have gone wrong in the first half for Anderson. And sometimes it's as simple as, hey, what if we just start making some of our layups? And then they're going to start making some shots, and then everything kind of flows from there. But you've at least gotten it under 20. There was a chance there for Rose-Hulman to really push it at the end of the half. Anderson weathered the last 4 or 5 minutes of the half. Now they really need a big third quarter here.
So they trail by 17 coming out of the break. You mentioned that these next 5 minutes or so for Anderson are going to be massive. What has to happen? Because they switched over to that zone, and it worked for them at some times, and there's other times where Rose-Hulman was able to pick it apart pretty well. Do you go back out with the 2-3 zone? Do you switch up and do some kind of other set of zone? Or do you go back to man-to-man and try to gut it out?
Yeah, you almost look at all of the 3 different things they tried defensively. They came out in a press to start the game, and Rose-Hulman pretty much diced that up. They tried man-to-man, and Rose-Hulman's ball movement, or actually off-ball movement, was really the key there. And then the ball movement of Rose-Hulman beat the zone. At some point, though, I think it's got to start with better pressure on the ball handler. It's got to be in their face defensively. And I know that John Ginn's been a little bit upset with some of the officiating calls in that first half, but you're going to have to risk some reach-in fouls to put some pressure on the ball handlers of Rose-Hulman and try and create some extra possessions by getting some turnovers, forcing some bad shots. But then it's simply, on the offensive end, controlling what you can control. You got to make layups. You can't turn the ball over by traveling or double dribbling. Some of the still calming. We saw that in the first half. Take care of what you can control, which is the ball in your hands. That thing is precious. And if they can turn some of those defensive pressure turnovers into offense, and you quickly blitz them with a 6-0-8-0 run, you get this around 10 points, maybe down to single digits, the pressure starts to shift to Rose-Hulman, who's trying to get out of here with a big win and kind of turn their season in the right direction.
Just saw some folks from Jasper, Indiana, more than likely here to watch Emma Shipp, who is a Jasper native and had a terrific first half. Izzy Davis for Anderson. 3 points, she averages 14 a game coming into this one. They've got to get her going, there's no doubt about it.
No doubt. I mean, 1 of 5 from the floor, 1 of 1 from the three-point line, so she hit the shot she was looking for. Again, that first half, Anderson was 6 of 9 from the three-point line. They were really good when they got looks from beyond the arc, and a lot of that starts with Seawalk, who knocked down one early, but Izzy Davis has got to get something going. I don't know what it's going to be, and they're going to have to try and draw some plays up for her, but something's got to change in this second half for Anderson to where they get some more looks for their top players, and somebody, maybe that's Davis, maybe that's Seawalk, has got to step up and say, give me the basketball, I'm going to go score, we got to find a way to get back into this game. And most importantly, somebody on the defensive end's got to have a little bit of pride and say, I'm going to wall up here, make sure my person doesn't score, and I'm going to get down the floor, create a turnover, and get a bucket.
It's going to be gut check time for the entirety of this second half for Anderson. And we'll see if they are able to chip in to this 17-point lead, which was once as high as 22, as we are ready to return to action here from Holbert Arena. Again, Cruz Martin alongside Austin Render and our entire fantastic RHIT.TV crew. This is game 1 of 2 in today's doubleheader. The women getting the nod to begin the day. And then about 20 to 25 minutes after the conclusion of this game, the men will take the floor to round out our action here this afternoon. 17-point lead for Rose-Hulman.
Now they come out in the 2-3, but they're going to try and trap here. I love this. Great start for Anderson defensively.
And they force a jump ball into turnover.
So it's not only a 2-3, it's an aggressive trapping 2-3 zone. So they're going to bring the other person on the top of the zone over and try and create turnovers by speeding up the ball handlers of Rose-Hulman.
And that's one thing that Anderson does a good job of. They average forcing 17 turnovers a game. And Rose-Hulman right now on track for 12, which is right about the area you want to be in a college basketball game in terms of turnovers. A 3, Beard. She was silent in that first half, didn't score a single point. She came in averaging 8.
Well, good start defensively, you get the steal. Offensively, you get a great look at 3. That can be deflating that it didn't go, but you got to keep bringing it.
And another jump ball. That's the second in 2 possessions.
Hold on, I think that they might have gotten a timeout on the Rose-Hulman sideline.
They're going to talk it over.
I think he's saying he's going to take the jump ball. But no, they're going to give him the timeout, it looks like.
So Rose-Hulman calls the timeout. And it's going to be a full timeout. So we'll keep it here on our... Oh, sorry, we'll take a break here on RHIT.TV as we just began the second half here from Terre Haute. RHIT.TV is brought to you by Officially Human. Our mission is to restore respect to game officials and recognize them as authorities on the fields and courts. Do your part and practice good sportsmanship. If we don't have officials, we can't play. Back to action. Nice hero step by Sophia Reese. And Rose Holman is able to break the scoring barrier here in the second half.
That was another possession where Anderson looked like they were in some players man-to-man, some players zone.
Nice take inside. Izzy Davis, only her 5th point of the afternoon. She averages 14, only had 1 made field goal in the first 20 minutes.
So now watch, it looks like Anderson's all out of whack here defensively. They got to figure out what they're in right now.
Shimp with the left hand, left it short, and Davis clears. Davis was dormant in that first half. We'll see if she goes and erupts in the second. Down low, layup. Seawalk for 2.
And now you go full court pressure and try and turn them over. And now you've got Rose Holman a little bit rattled here with some good defensive pressure early in the quarter by Anderson. I think they're playing, it looks like almost a matchup zone. This might be out of Joe McEwen's playbook at Northwestern here.
Reese couldn't get the jumper to go, and Anderson gets a stop. The lead cut down to 15, Austin. You mentioned the potential matchup zone that Anderson's throwing out there. And they're throwing the whole playbook at him, trying to keep Rose Holman on their toes and not let them know what's coming next, try to force them into some turnovers.
Yeah, at Northwestern they call it the blizzard because they just want to throw everything at you so you can't see. Everything's kind of frantic, and so they're going to throw some stuff, maybe some junk as they might call it, at Rose Holman here and see what sticks.
Davis into the paint, left shoulder. And too much, and now we've got a traveling violation. So wipe away the foul that was originally called on Izzy Davis.
Either way, it was going to go the other way, but Rose Holman wants the best player on Anderson to have picked up a foul there. But she gets away with the shoulder dip there because that was clearly going to be an offensive foul.
Ball somehow finds the hands of CK Gallegos Rodriguez. Instead, it's going the other direction.
So here you go. 1, 2. There's not really a travel there, but, I mean, either way, it was going the other way. Izzy Davis kind of avoids being charged with a foul, but it was going to be a turnover either way. But I like that she's being aggressive here, looking for her shot, looking for her points early in this half.
Larison still on the dribble. And Larison fouled by Amelia Diaz.
Well, if you're Diaz, you played, 20 seconds of fantastic on-ball defense there, and then one swipe down, and boom, all your hard work is gone. It's so tempting to reach for that basketball, but you played such good defense. You're down to 10 seconds on the shot clock. You have to avoid that temptation.
Larison has it, 5 points in that first half. Had back-to-back double-doubles in the 2 games leading up to their last. Step through, misses it, no. And the rebound picked up by Emma Ship. Lead cut down to 15. It was as much as 22 in that first half for Rose Holman. And a third jump ball of the half. Actually, check that, second jump ball. There was the one opening up. There was the one that we thought was a jump ball, but eventually it was determined that Devon Paul had called a timeout. And so that possession arrow will keep it with Rose Holman.
I think what Anderson's doing is they're just doubling the ball at all times. They're just bringing a second person to the basketball. Or not that time. They left her wide open.
Wide open. Sophia Reese missed the 3. It was last touch down low by Gallegos Rodriguez. And Anderson gets a stop, although not in the way I'm sure that the coaching staff would have wanted.
Well, they're getting the stops now, Cruz. They got to get some buckets, but they're getting the stops. This is only a 15-point game. This is very much within striking distance.
McKinley Taylor up top. And now Seawalk finds a lane. Goes up, got stripped, and a foul on Amelia Diaz. That will be the catalyst to get Maria Godoy Rodriguez to check back in.
Yeah, that's a tough one there because you're right there with her. You're step for step, but you bring those arms down and you go for the basketball. It's tempting when it's kind of one of those scoop layups, so they start at the hip and then move it up. So you think, oh, I'd go right after the basketball. But more often than not, even if you get the ball, if you make that swiping motion, an official's going to call that a foul.
RHIT.TV is brought to you by the IndianaSRN Sports Page. Wall-to-wall sports news every day. High school, college, pro sports. We have it all. Check us out at IndianaSRN.org and click on the Sports Page tab. Stay informed with the IndianaSRN Sports Page. The double a little late to get there. Down the lane. Counting the foul for Sophia Reese. Beautiful creation out on the perimeter. She's going to the line for one more.
That was absolutely needed for Rose Holman. They're starting to go a little bit stagnant offensively. And, man, what a good finish through contact. But that's, again, the others around Jamie Baum are playing with a ton of confidence today. They are attacking the basket. They are searching for their shots. It's not a situation where they're just passing the ball to Jamie Baum and letting her go to work. The others are making plays.
Got three good for McKinley Taylor. And Anderson starting to knock down some shots.
That's the quickest avenue back into this thing if you are Anderson, is the way they've shot the three ball.
Bedoya Rodriguez to the corner, three. That one short. Reese couldn't put it in, and that's what we didn't see earlier today.
Yep.
You talked about that soccer move where he let the ball go out of bounds, seal off the defender. That's exactly what Izzy Davis did.
This is one of the strangest defenses that I think I've seen. It's just simply running around and throwing junk at Rose Holman, and right now it is working.
Only in Indiana will you see the type of stuff that you never see anywhere else.
I mean, when you hear coaches say, yeah, they were throwing some junk at us, that's usually just different zones, different type of defensive packages, and that's exactly the definition of junk that Anderson's throwing at him.
Davis high off the glass.
This is down to an 11-point game, and oh boy, that was almost backcourt and a travel and a double dribble at the same time.
Rose Holman playing with fire right now. Bedoya Rodriguez slows down the Anderson pursuit.
Those shots are big. The momentum stoppers, at least for a moment, gets you a gasp of air if you're Rose Holman to feel like you're still in control of this game.
Layup, yes! Sarah Seawalk going to the line, and a chance for a three-point play. And an opportunity, Austin, for this Anderson team to cut this lead down to 10.
And you can feel and see the attitude adjustment that Anderson made at half. The first half, there's a lot of sunken shoulders. There's a lot of long faces. The energy's on the other side with the Rose Holman bench. And in this half, you can see the intensity that Anderson is playing with right now.
This was once a 22-point game in the opening half.
You just chip away. You cannot be deterred. You're not going to go on a 22-0 run, so you can't be deterred by giving up a bucket. You just got to keep pressing offensively and get some stops, and right now they're doing exactly that.
The lead cut back down to 10.
Now watch this defense. See the double come after the ball here.
Baum dissects it down low, layup up and good.
Oh, if you can dribble fast enough to where the double can't get to you, that's what's going to beat this defense right now is ball movement. When it's stagnant, that allows the double team to kind of collapse on the ball carrier.
Jamie Baum, quite the athlete. She has the speed. She's also big in baseball as well. She's the first female baseball player at Los Altos High School out in California. She's also a manager on the baseball team here at Rose Holman. Foul underneath. Victoria Datra will step to the free throw line, a chance to cut this back down to 10. And that will be when we come back from the media timeout. 55-43, Rose Holman trying to hang on to their double-figure lead against their in-conference rival, the Anderson Ravens, here on RHIT.TV.
So I started working on Babcock Ranch 16 years ago. We designed a sustainable community that is also storm resilient, and also it has a ton of flood control associated with it. It has 75 megawatt solar facilities on site, which will cover the entire 18,000 acre community. In September of 2022, we had Hurricane Ian. We had 150-mile-an-hour sustained winds for about 10 hours and 21 inches of rain. Babcock really had little to no damage at all. We were the only place in a 2-county area that had any electric or any available drinking water that did not need to be boiled. And Rose really prepares you to go out, think outside the box, and problem solve. And I think for any major at Rose-Hulman, that's what you're getting. You have the ability to go out and create something new and innovate and change the way that we live as humans today.
RHIT.TV is brought to you by Make a Difference. Help us put more student athletes on TV by logging on to the IndianaSRN sports page and directing your donation to a specific school or hit the donate button. More games, more opportunities for our kids. IndianaSRN, where you always have a front row seat. In and out on the first free throw for Victoria Datra. Rose-Hulman once led this game by 22 points in the first half. Anderson has been able to cut it down to 10 just a couple of moments ago. They can't cut it back to 10 there.
Freebies. You got to make those at this stage in the game if you're Anderson.
Here's that chaotic defense we've been seeing, and a scary fall right there for Jamie Baum. And they're going to call a foul on the Ravens.
You're going to live with those, though, if you're John Kinn. You're going to live with that aggressive foul because you're trying to create turnovers and, at the minimum, speed up this Rose-Hulman offense.
Entry pass down low. Ship on the left shoulder. And she can't finish it. Davis, full head of steam, trying to find a cutting Datra, and it went right through her hands and out of bounds.
The idea is there. Datra's telling her to throw that with a little bit more air under it. Let me run after it instead of throwing the bullet at my chest. But that was a good idea there from the Anderson Ravens. Here comes the double.
And they almost forced a turnover, and I think they did. It went off the knee of Sophia Reese, and Anderson starting to find a little bit of success with this hodgepodge of defenses they are throwing out, possession in and possession out.
I'm trying to figure out the pattern, but they're just doubling from all over the place. Sometimes it's from the furthest defender away, sometimes it's from the closest.
Triple on the way, Williamson knocks it in.
That is such a good pass from Izzy Davis. She collected herself, pivoted, and saw over the top the defender open.
Out of bounds, Rose-Hulman hangs on to it. The freshman, Williamson, with a career-high 9 points so far today.
That's really impressive. She's been really good today. And I mean, what's been impressive is the three-point shooting of Anderson right now. They are shooting 67% from the three-point line, 8 of 12, and that has gotten them back into this game. It's a single-digit game all of a sudden, Cruz.
And think about the amount of opportunities that Anderson missed within 5 feet of the bucket as well in the first half, not to mention the turnovers. Reese counters with a three of her own.
Ball movement. That's what's going to beat this defense right now. People cannot move as fast as the ball. If you can get that ball moving around, you're going to get some open looks against whatever the name of this defense is that John Kinn has come up with.
We're just going to have to call it the Anderson defense. That's all it's going to be. Davis. Woo! Little shake and bake and a step through to finish that one off.
That was fancy. We called on her at halftime to show up here in the second half, and she has.
Dangerous pass is picked off. Beard in transition. And a one-handed rebound off of her own shot.
I know analytics will tell you to shoot that three, but that felt a little bit forced there with the numbers in transition.
They get it back, and they're able to cash in. Victoria Datra cuts this down to 8. Lauren Smith went down to the ground hard. Bomb back the other way, takes the contact and puts it in.
I was just going to say, as good as the others have played in this game, it might be time for Jamie Baum to kind of take over and get the ball into her hands and become a playmaker again. And right there, a great coast-to-coast opportunity. Sometimes it's ball movement, sometimes it's just being a really good basketball player that can beat the defense.
That's a big-time response for Rose-Hulman. Anderson trailed coming out of halftime by 17. They've been able to cut it down to as close as 8 a couple moments ago. Baum misses the free throw. It's saved in, but the Ravens pick it up.
And right now it's Rose Holman making more of the mistakes in this second half.
Davis, full head of steam, tried to slip it up there and couldn't finish it off. She'll go back to the free throw line and a chance to cut this game back down to 8 again.
She has been the aggressor in this second half. She's getting the basketball in her hands and going downhill. That's what Rose Holman was doing in the first half. Was they were getting downhill. They were putting pressure on the Anderson defense, and that's been completely flipped on its head in this second half.
9 points in the second half now for Izzy Davis. She went into the locker room with 3. She is now up to 12.
Jamie Baum is pleading her case to one of the officials for, I would assume, for more fouls to be called. We'll see.
We saw a similar pattern for Rose Holman. They got off to a good start against Manchester a couple of weeks ago at home. That pass errant. Davis has it. Baum diving for it. She has it behind her back. And the possession arrow will give it to the Ravens.
That's a tough one if you're Davis, because if you don't touch that ball, there was nobody behind her. I don't know who that pass was supposed to be to, but if she just, and your instincts kick in, you're always going to go for the ball. But if she didn't, that ball's just going out of bounds. It's Anderson ball. They still get it off the jump ball. I don't know what that pass was for Rose Holman, but they've got them rattled right now with this defense Anderson's throwing at them.
We were mentioning the game against Manchester a couple of weeks ago. They got off to a good start in that one as well. Manchester nearly made a comeback, but Rose Holman was able to hang on for the victory. And a similar pattern today, but just a little bit more extreme. Davis got open. Can't finish it.
Rushed it. If she takes a second to let Reese fly by defensively, she could have just stopped, shot fake, go up with it, and she rushed it, tried to put it up over Reese and couldn't make it, but her seal was spectacular. She had her defender on her backside, great bounce pass into her, just have to be patient and finish.
And Baum got fouled 90 feet away from the bucket, as that will be the 4th foul on Anderson in the 3rd quarter. Reese, nice dump off for a layup, and they left it short. Meyer missed it, she recovered it, and was able to put it in on the second opportunity. Sigh of relief for Rose Holman on that offensive possession. Not something we've seen a lot from Anderson so far tonight. Rose Holman was able to capitalize off the miss. And Seward able to respond.
If you're Rose Holman, you want to get this to double figures by the end of the quarter and feel like you've still got control of this game despite the run from Anderson.
Wow. Beautiful take from Caitlin Fennell. And now we have a stoppage in play as the ball bounced over towards the wall. Another look at that beautiful finish from the freshman.
Just kept the defender on her backside the whole way down and knew if I keep it like this, she's not going to be able to block my shot.
Williamson can't get that one to go. Would have put her in double figures for the first time in her young career. Baseball pass up ahead. Diaz all the way inside. Can't finish it, but a foul called.
The young freshman's got to commit there. Take the charge. You had the position. It was yours. The block was all Williamson's. The offensive player is coming into her. If she takes that contact, falls, she's taking a charge here. But look, she kind of twisted her body, couldn't commit all the way to it. And the worst of all the outcomes was making contact but having the foul on her.
Diaz misses the first free throw. She only attempted 2 all year coming into today's game. She split that pair. And she's trying to split this one. She left it well short. Still a 10-point game. Anderson is trailed by as much as 22.
Big possession for both teams momentum-wise. You take a double-digit lead with a stop if you're Rose Holman. You get it mentally down to single digits for a 4th quarter surge if you're Anderson.
Beard with 10. Beard with a lane. Hands it off. It's taken away. Baum with it with 4. Baum into the front court. Downhill, got fouled on the way up with 1.5.
Boy, that was really good from Baum. She's taking the ball up the floor and looking at the clock. And as she crossed half court, she looked up at the clock and said, okay, I still have 4 seconds. Got to the three-point line, I still have 3 seconds. And just took it all the way, didn't rush a shot because of that.
How often do you see players, especially within the last 10 years or so, pull up for 3 in those situations with that amount of time?
They are going to waive this free throw off, I believe, for Jamie Baum because there was an inadvertent whistle in the middle of her shooting motion.
So she'll get 2 more opportunities to try to extend this Fighting Engineer lead back to 12.
I know John Ginn's upset about it, but if it happened to his team, I think he would want it the same way. If a buzzer and a whistle are going off right as you're getting that shot up, you're going to want that back.
Baum catches in on the first one, her 3rd consecutive 20-point game. And now make it 21. Into Beard, and she'll just hand it to the referee, and that's how the quarter comes to an end. Don't go anywhere, folks. Anderson hanging around with Rose Holman. It's a 12-point lead for the Fighting Engineers as we head to the 4th on RHIT.TV.
Say nice guys don't finish first. So maybe it's time to reconsider what it means to be first.
It's about being your best, but knowing you could be even better.
It's being present, but respectful of history.
You sure you want to make that move?
It's donating something more valuable than money.
It's believing in yourself and something bigger.
It's coming from different families, but treating each other like brothers.
It's not just being a man, it's being a Mason.
Hey, thanks for joining us tonight. We consider it a privilege to have you as one of our listeners and viewers. If you'd like to see more content just like tonight, just hit the donate button. Every dollar that you donate will go right back into more games right here on IndianaSRN, which means more games for you. It's IndianaSRN, where you always have a front row seat.
RHIT.TV is brought to you by Family Source Insurance. Pat Cherry is your independent agent representing Ohio Mutual Insurance. Call him today for coverage tomorrow, 317-894-7000. Final 10 minutes here from Holbert Arena. Cruz Martin alongside Austin Render. It's a 12-point lead for Rose Holman. They had led by as much as 22, but since then Anderson has come out and thrown out everything that you can imagine against this Rose Holman offense. They've cut it down to as close as 8.
Yeah, but it even got down to 7 at one point. A really big, important finish to the quarter for Rose Holman to gain control and momentum back and not feel like it's totally slipping out of your hands.
Baum jumper, no good. Rebound pulled down by Victoria Datra.
Datra's played great in this second half in the paint on both ends of the floor.
16 turnovers on the day for Anderson. They only turned it over 3 times in that third quarter. Seawalk left it short. Another miss within 5 feet for Anderson.
Her being a threat from 3, though, allowed her to get downhill because the shot fake is lethal when you're a 40% shooter.
Meyer across the lane, and a foul called. I think they might hit Izzy Davis with this one, and they will, trying to reach across.
Yeah, it's tempting. You got the defender coming right at you. You want to help defensively, but you're the best player on the floor. Those are the fouls that you just can't have those.
She avoided an offensive foul earlier today. She was called for a travel before that. If that was the case, if she had been called for that offensive foul earlier in the game, that would have been her 3rd, only her 2nd as of the current moment. Fans wanting a travel. 3 on the way from Larison. Yes!
But this has been a 3-point show that Anderson has put on today. Despite still being down by 9, they are making everything from beyond the arc in this game.
They are 9 of 14 from downtown here this afternoon. Diaz thought about it. Pull up. And she can't bank it in. Back the other way will go. Anderson has cut it down to 9. Like you mentioned, Austin, it's been as close as 7 here in the second half. And once you put into the context that they were down by as many as 22, becomes a lot more impressive. Davis, ball batted away in a steal. Baum got a hand on it. Reese picks it up. 1-on-4, sidestep, can't finish it. I think Reese might have wanted a foul as well. She looked over to the official for a brief moment. And Anderson's going to get it back.
But on the other end, you do all this great work to get into the paint. That's where you got to know what the right pass is. The over-the-top pass with two forwards with their arms up in front of you is not the one. You got to try and put that down, or you got to just shoot it yourself if that avenue is not there.
Ball tap from behind and another turnover.
That's all from the pressure defensively up top from Gallegos Rodriguez, who kind of rushed the ball handler.
Nobody stopped Bomb. She had a wide open lane, and she took advantage of it, took the contact, and she'll head to the free throw line for 2 shots.
It was an aggressive hedge from Gallegos Rodriguez, who kind of pushes her defender all the way 5 or 6 feet outside the arc on the right side, and that speeds her up. Even though she got past Gallegos Rodriguez, now the play's all out of whack. You've broken up the timing of the play by making her retreat so far away, and it eventually led to the turnover.
RHIT.TV is brought to you by Aspen Creek Grill. Why go anywhere else for delicious food? If you're looking for amazing fresh food and servers that genuinely care about service, you've got to try Aspen Creek Grill. Bomb with the 20 bomb already today. She knocks down those 2 free throws. And Julia Meyer will check back into the game for the Fighting Engineers.
It's an important stretch before the media timeout for both of these teams. Does this game stay tight for Anderson, or does Rose Holman kind of smell some blood here, some blood in the water, and go after it and try and make this 15-16 and put the game away?
Smith into the lane, blocked but a foul. Gallegos Rodriguez, flag for the personal.
Things have gotten a little bit tighter with the whistles around the basket in this second half. Both coaches have been doing their best attorneying here in this second half, trying to plead their case to the refs. Hey, we should be getting more here, we should be getting more there. And eventually, if you do it right, that wears on the officials, and most of the time you start to get some calls that go your way, and both coaches have gotten that here.
Smith missed the first, and she missed them both.
It's the second empty trip we've seen in this fourth quarter for Anderson. You gotta make your free throws.
Bomb with 23, a 3. Meyer knocks it in. That is a big-time shot for Rose Holman. It extends the lead back to 14.
Yeah, we're at the stage now where you can't really help off anybody if you're Anderson.
3 missed badly by Beard.
Both teams are making their threes, and right there you just saw the corner defender help on the drive and a great kick.
Bomb on the back cut. Floater. Jamie Baum now up to 25 points, 2 off her season high.
John Ginn was calling for a timeout. The official didn't see it, so he's going to let him play.
Larison down low. Spins it up, can't finish it. And Gallegos Rodriguez there to take it in.
Yeah, you can feel like Anderson's running out of gas here. They use so much effort to get it back to 7-8 points.
Bounce pass down low. Gallegos Rodriguez will get fouled, and she'll have 2 shots coming.
And that time it was the patience. Defender's flying in, so she shot fakes, gets the defender to jump, and then puts it up, hits her on the arm, free throws. But there's just so much energy exerted to come back from 22 down. And there's a very small window usually in those comebacks that you have to try and slide in. And it feels, and it's not over by any means, but it feels like that window was there at the beginning of this quarter, and it has since shut. And a lot of that is credit to Rose Holman for grabbing the window and shutting it, because they're playing very well here in this fourth quarter.
Gallegos Rodriguez knocks down the first free throw. The lead has swelled back up to 17 points.
Very quickly.
Make it 18. Rose Holman led by 19 at the half. 17 points. And is now above that, now at 18. So all that work that Anderson did in that third quarter has been erased. And like you said, Austin, still not over, but things looking more bleak now for Anderson, especially after that last turnover.
But again, there's something mental about what Rose Holman was able to do at the end of that third quarter. It was 7, it was 8, then all of a sudden it's 12. That's a big difference for both sides mentally.
Fennell, no. Offensive rebound, Ship. Meyer just hit one. And Reese will kick it back out. Still plenty of time to work with for Rose-Hulman. Ship down low, and she shuffled her feet.
But what I mean by that is if it's a 7-point game going into the fourth quarter, you've cut it by 10 points. You've got the momentum. Anderson's coming in flying, and Rose-Hulman's thinking, man, what do we got to do to turn this around? All of a sudden it flips to 12, and Rose-Hulman's the one saying, all right, we weathered that storm. Meanwhile, Anderson's going, man, all that hard work, and we only cut it by 5, and you're seeing that mental wear and tear here in the fourth.
Another floater. How about the day that Paige Williamson's having? Now into double figures for the first time in her young career. Been one of the bright spots for Anderson today, and there have been plenty to look at, but also plenty of downsides to look at as well, especially in that first half. Fennell, no. And the rebound to the Ravens.
You got a pretty much pitch-a-perfect game here for Anderson coming down the stretch.
Fennell intercepts that one. Baum tried to take a charge. She is not afraid to put her body on the line. There's no doubt about it. Under 5 minutes. Next whistle will take us to the under 5 media timeout. No whistle there. Fennell to recover. She can't finish. Meyer there to recover it. Down to the floor we go. And Anderson ultimately comes up with it, and then a foul in the backcourt. They're going to hit Ship on that one. That will take us to the under 5 media timeout. Well, I believe it will.
Nope.
Maybe not. Or maybe it will. We finally got the whistle. Under 5 media timeout. It's a 16-point lead for Rose-Hulman on RHIT.TV. RHIT.TV is brought to you by Wheeler Mission. For over 131 years, Wheeler Mission has been a pillar in the Indianapolis community, providing help, hope, and healing to people in need. You can volunteer today at 317-686-6239. Austin is a 16-point game. Anderson had it as close as 7, but you mentioned it. It feels like the balloon's been deflated at this point.
It does, but you get a couple of scores and a couple of stops, and maybe you can get one more gasp of air here if you're Anderson.
One reason for their comeback, Izzy Davis. She has had a terrific second half after a poor first half outing. That shot missed down low by Paige Williamson, who's had a terrific day as well. And a whistle in the backcourt.
I think they might have teed up John Ginn. Yeah, they did. He's been angry all day. I think it's just frustration from another missed layup there from his team. They've had a lot more success today going for the three-point line than they have with the drive. The drive and kicks have been much more, but what Rose-Hulman has done well, and you see this on these drives, they're no longer helping. They're staying glued to the wings. They're staying glued to the corners. And so when there's a drive, there's no kick option because Rose-Hulman's done a great job of adjusting defensively.
Reese knocked down both of the free throws. That extends the lead back to 18 points. And it's been a frustrating day for Anderson. There's no question about it. Getting off to that quick start in the first 5 minutes in terms of shooting, the turnovers obviously didn't help. Then they went ice cold. Rose-Hulman stayed hot. They were trailing by double figures going into halftime. And then you start to get some of that hope back in the second half after you get off to a good start in the third quarter. just to have Rose Holman pull away. Clearly not the outing that the Ravens were hoping for. Fennell, yes, counted the foul. That might have been the final slam of the window right there, Austin.
It feels like it. It feels like a team that this Rose Holman team came to play today. And they've played with an energy. There was a moment there in the third quarter where they lost that edge to them, but they found it again late in the quarter, and that's been carried over here to the fourth. And this has been very impressive the way that everybody, it hasn't just been Baum, everybody's brought it today for Rose Holman.
Davis into the front court, stuffed by Baum, but a foul. So that'll send Izzy Davis to the free throw line with 3:54 to go.
That was pretty good defense by Jamie Baum. I think you're just seeing the wear and tear of the coaches and they're pleading. He saw that called on one end. He's asking for it on the other. They give it to him. But I thought that was pretty good defense there by Jamie Baum, kind of sliding with the defender. Jamie Baum impresses me. You can look at the stat sheet. You can see all the offensive numbers, but you see 3 steals per game next to her name, and you watch her play and you see why. She's so intelligent. She gets in passing lanes. She knows where the ball is going to go. She's almost a step ahead of the offense, which is so impressive. And she just plays with a lot of freedom defensively.
Davis up to 15 points, 12 of those coming in the second half. That's a lead down to 18 with under 4 to go, and now Anderson will put on a full court press.
They threw that junk defense at him there in the third quarter, and it worked. But eventually, Devin Paul figured it out and figured out how to beat it.
Ball loose down low, picked up, and Izzy Davis will push it back the other direction to the wing. Seawalk pulling her way inside, and she was the last to touch it.
Again, that just hasn't worked today. That type of game has not worked for Anderson.
And they're going to say that it was last touched by Rose Holman instead.
That's probably the right call. But if I'm Anderson, I got to find some sort of way to do some pick and pops, to screen in some threes. I'm going to have to find a way to get some three-point looks here, because the drive game, they've gotten looks. They haven't made too many of them to feel like that's a successful strategy here going forward.
Williams had her pocket picked. Baum picks it up. She has had a terrific day. 25 points, 2 off her season high.
It's her 5th steal of the game, too.
That's also to go along with 9 rebounds. Baum can't get it to go. Ball loose and picked up by Larison. No shot. On the floor, foul down low on the Fighting Engineers.
You're going to come away with this with a lot of good things if you're Devin Paul. I mean, his team is, you're going to clip this film and you're going to show it to your team, and you're going to say, we got to come out with this type of energy and intensity every game. Now, can they bring this type of three-point shooting to every game? I don't know about that. 6 of 10 for a 25% three-point shooting team. But if you can just raise that 25% to 30% and then raise it to 32%, just kind of make a few more shots, keep the defense honest, it's going to do a lot of good things.
Down low, Dave is able to finish it. He's now up to 17 points, and 14 of those coming within the last 20 minutes. Meyer got open.
The ball movement is so good on this Rose Holman team. They're so unselfish. They move the ball fast. And again, the ball is always faster than the people.
Larison steps through, had it blocked. She'll go to the free throw line. Gallegos Rodriguez, the guilty party.
Just watch this ball move. Get it across the timeline, and then 1, 2, 3. No dribbles from half court to the bucket. 3 different players touch it. No dribbles. Easy bucket.
RHIT.TV is brought to you by Highway Safety Services. You do what you do, we'll keep you safe doing it. Contact us at 765-446-1502. Mackenzie Tolliver back into the game for the Ravens. Taking a seat, Bryn Beard. Ball loose. Rose Holman's able to get it across half court almost with no problem. And a timeout called.
Jamie Baum's going to come right back into the game. And she was, last season she was second in school history, averaging 39 minutes a game. That's actually 2 seasons ago. But, 39 minutes a game, that means she's coming out for 1 minute every game.
You've got to be in remarkably good shape to be able to make that happen. And she's quite the athlete. We mentioned her baseball background earlier in the broadcast. Was also a part of the USA Women's National Team Baseball World Cup group stage team from 2 years ago. 2024 All-HCAC first team, second team 2 years prior.
I believe those 10 seconds she was spent on the bench for the first of the day. She's played 37 minutes today. With 2:07 left, I believe that would turn to 38 once the clock hits 2. So I believe she's played every minute today outside of that short sequence right there.
Well, the good news is for Jamie Baum that she'll get the rest of the better part of 23 hours and 20 minutes to be able to rest herself up. And I would say probably, I don't know if they'll have the day off tomorrow. I'm not sure exactly what the schedule is for Rose Holman Fighting Engineer women's basketball, but she'll get the rest nonetheless. And she is well deserving of it. She's back out there on the court, though.
Yeah, they're going to play 2 quick games Wednesday and Friday and then get a nice holiday break. I'm sure Jamie Baum will be most appreciative of that.
Down to 2 minutes. Fennell down low. Can't finish it. And it's picked up by Seawalk. Seawalk into the front court. Dumps it down for Larison. Had the shot blocked and a foul 90 feet away from the basket.
Again, it's easy when you have a big lead to get complacent. And I think we saw that a little bit in the third quarter from the Fighting Engineers, but they kind of snapped back into it. I would imagine Devin Paul said, hey, we got to get back to what got us that 22-point lead. And they did, and they figured out how to kind of right the ship. They've played much better here in the fourth quarter. This is the team that we saw for the first 2 to 2.5 quarters. And they've looked really good here in the fourth. And there's something about having a killer instinct as a team. When you have a team on the ropes, can you put them away? And Rose Holman has done that today.
And they're going to wave off that last free throw lane violation on the shot. Ansel Anderson will take it back the other direction with under 2 to go. Beard on the bounce. Seawalk. Back rim. And Fennell clears him.
Anderson's going to have to learn quickly. Got an exhibition game with Ball State coming up on Thursday. So they're going to be thrown right. That's a good Ball State team, too. Got to look at them out of the Bahamas. They played North Carolina tight. That's a good North Carolina team.
Baum dumps it down low. Shot blocked from behind, but Ship will go to the free throw line.
But if you're John Ginn, you schedule that type of game because you're trying to get as much data on your team as you can before you go into January and the real thick of conference play. They're going to drop to 2-2 right now, but they're still very much in it. So he's trying to collect data on his team. How does my team best handle X situation? And you're going to get thrown a lot of situations, and you're going to be over-prepared for Division III level basketball when you play a Ball State team who's going to bring Division I basketball at you. And I think high-level Division I basketball that they play in the MAC.
It's a good form of resistance training, that's for sure. Going from playing a D1 school like Ball State to going back to HCAC play.
Hey, Jamie Baum's going to get a minute off here.
One whole minute.
Well-deserved 1 minute off for Jamie Baum.
64 whole seconds on the bench today for Jamie Baum, but she earned those 64 seconds, that's for sure. Wild shot into the lane from McKinley Taylor. And Rose-Hulman gets it back. 45 seconds. Rose-Hulman will advance to 4-5. 9 games into the season. And 2-1 in HCAC play. Anderson will fall back to 500 at 5-5. They'll fall to 500 as well in the conference at 2-2.
You gotta love Reagan Lorenzen coming in off the bench. And she has an open look at 3, but she knows her team's up 18, so she's like, I don't need to shoot it. The bench is saying, shoot the ball. You're in the ball game. You play till that buzzer sounds.
McKinley Taylor able to get 2. There it is, a 3. In and out, no good. That was Anaya Hawkins who couldn't hit it. Final seconds here from Holbert Arena. Bryn Beard will dribble out the clock. And Rose-Hulman, 83-67 victors in HCAC play over the Anderson Ravens. We'll take a quick step aside and return on the other side of this break on RHIT.TV.
A good engineer, a good mathematician, a good scientist can identify problems.
But in order to be a great scientist or engineer, you've got to have curiosity and you've got to have creativity, and that's what's going to set you apart.
You can't teach curiosity. You just need to encourage your students to be curious. Curious in anything that they do. Curious so that it brings out the innovations, the new ideas.
Got it.
My spec for going to college was quite simple. I narrowed the field down to 2 choices. Rose-Hulman obviously is the one I eventually chose, but the other choice that I had was Harvard. But when I got there, the staff spent a lot of time emphasizing that I'm going to be studying with sons of senators and congressmen and presidents and CEOs and all of these big shots. And the whole time I was thinking, I'm way not going to fit in here. And when I went to Rose-Hulman, I met a lot of really smart, really talented people that were much more like me. It's obviously a smaller community, but it's a smaller community with a capital C. I really felt more at home at Rose-Hulman. My name is Greg Lowe, and I'm the CEO of Wolfspeed in Durham, North Carolina. I'm a 1984 graduate of Rose-Hulman with a BS EE degree. When I graduated from Rose-Hulman, I joined Texas Instruments as a field sales engineer and eventually ended up running the analog business at TI, and then eventually became the CEO of Freescale Semiconductor and now Wolfspeed Semiconductor. Wolfspeed is a semiconductor company. We make power semiconductors, but we do it on a different technology called silicon carbide. When you produce a chip using silicon carbide and you compare that with a chip on silicon, it's substantially more efficient. Basically, that means it wastes less energy. What I could see happening is the world moving from the internal combustion engine to the electric car. And what were going to be the key drivers of that? Well, it was going to be getting a long range and being able to refuel or recharge your car quickly. And silicon carbide does exactly that. I think silicon carbide is probably the prime catalyst to move us off of fossil fuels. We're developing a technology that's actually going to enable bluer skies and cleaner air and less carbon emissions and less warming and so forth. And I think that's something that's very motivating to the organization.
Welcome back to Holbert Arena. One final time for the women's game, the men's game upcoming. It's time for our post-game show interview presented by the Morales Group. Head coach Deborah and Paul victorious today, 83-67 over Anderson. Coach, you guys got off to a hot start, but then Anderson started throwing just about everything they had at you in that third quarter. You guys were able to close it out. How'd you do it?
You know what? We just focused on the game plan. You know, my assistant coach is also my wife. Put together a great game plan, and we just executed. You know, first of all, I want to give all the honor and the glory goes to God every time we take the court. But just as a team, I mean, when I look at the stat sheet, everybody contributed. And that's what we want to do. We don't want to be a team where 1 or 2 people show up, and if they don't show up, then we don't win the game. So everybody brought something today, and that's what we want to focus on.
You had 5 players score 8 points or more here this afternoon, so you got plenty of contribution across the board. I want to highlight our Piper Logistics player of the game, Jamie Baum, 2 points off her season high, 25 points on the day, 9 rebounds, almost a double-double. She also forced 5 steals. I mean, she's been terrific all year long.
Yeah, her work ethic is really what speaks for itself. Jamie's the type of player that's going to show up early and stay late. And when you do things like that, good things happen to you. So I'm excited for her. But, if it wasn't for her teammates, these opportunities wouldn't be there. We have everybody contributing, and that's one thing that's really big for us. I feel like Amelia Diaz has been playing some really quality minutes for us, stepping up and becoming a starter, and getting put into that starting lineup is not always easy. So her being able to really focus in and give us something from the beginning of the game is really important to us.
What are your takeaways through your first 3 conference games this year?
Well, I think, we've learned to play together. I think that our chemistry is a lot better than it has been. I think that we definitely need to get better on the offensive end. We got some things we need to clean up. But outside of that, I'm just proud of our team. It's not easy to come here to Rose and do academics and sports. So, I take my hat off to them because we require them to do a lot. But a lot is given, a lot is required. So that's something that we talk about. So I'm just excited about our team.
There's a lot to be excited about, Coach. Thanks for spending some time with us, and best of luck with Earlham coming up in the next couple of days.
Anytime, and I appreciate you guys. Have a good one.
Yes, you too. Thank you, Coach.
Appreciate it.
We'll return here in a couple of moments for the pregame show as the men's team will take on Anderson in the second game of our doubleheader here on RHIT.TV.
A lot of times when you come to Rose, students will always know when I talk about Rose-Hulman is we, the faculty, are here at Rose-Hulman because we love it.
Rob Coons, president of Rose-Hulman Institute of Technology. Rose-Hulman is consistently recognized nationally as an elite STEM college. We've been ranked #1 in the U.S. News & World Report for undergraduate engineering for 25 straight years and are number 17 in the Wall Street Journal's list of America's best colleges. Rose-Hulman was also recently named by Forbes as one of America's best small employers. Founded in 1874, our scenic campus is home to more than 2,200 students with a passion for STEM and learning. Our exceptional community of faculty and staff help us deliver on our mission to provide Rose-Hulman students with the world's best undergraduate STEM education in an environment of individual attention and support. Here, we celebrate the successes of our entire community in an inclusive, supportive, and flexible environment. Our serene and safe campus is located in Terre Haute, Indiana, a vibrant community on the banks of the Wabash River, with several major cities only a short drive away. I hope you explore more about Rose-Hulman and what makes it such a special place where our entire community thrives. Thank you.
Just working with our company, you're going to get to work with a lot of bright individuals.
Everyone is open and ready to help you, and definitely big on advocating for making sure that you succeed and reach your potential.
Everyone's goal is the same, to make the best products that we can for our clients and make sure that it is everything and more that it could be.
What's kept me here? Our culture. We're genuinely a very great group of people. Everyone's just always willing to lend a hand.
When I have a suggestion or a concern and I voice it, leadership actually hears me.
As a consultancy, every person has a role and has something to bring to the table. There's just a lot of opportunities here if you're up for the challenge.
Jump on board, be part of the fun ride, because we're going places.
Aspen Creek Grill, we are a from-scratch concept with comfort fresh food. You can expect a world-class experience on a great budget. We've got incredible specials, great service. Today's dish that we're going to highlight is going to be our Aspen Blue Sirloin. It is, again, our premium Black Angus certified beef, and we top that with a blue cheese crust. Again, everything that we do here is made from scratch, and it's no different from our steaks. We hand cut all our steaks in-house. So our team back there it's just an incredible team. Everything that they do, they take so much pride in. They put a little bit of themselves into everything that they do over here, especially since it is made from scratch concept. We want everybody to come, visit us, enjoy some great food with some great service. Bring your friends, bring your family, come have some great food, have a great time with us with some of the best comfort scratch food.
Thinking about what to do after high school? Consider a career with Boilermakers Local 374. As a Boilermaker apprentice, you'll earn while you learn. We offer excellent wages and benefits, and as part of our no-cost hands-on apprenticeship program, you'll learn from the best in state-of-the-art training centers and on the job. Become a union Boilermaker and get on your way to a great career. Find out more, visit www.local374.org or call 219-845-1000.
Bertner Electric Incorporated provides professional commercial electrical contractor services to Indianapolis and surrounding communities. Locally owned and operated for over 30 years, our knowledge and experience make us the perfect choice for all your commercial electrical contractor needs. Contact us today.
Thanks to you. Standing with us, you are truly making a difference in the lives of our neighbors in need.
Can't make it to the game? We've got your back. Just go to www.IndianaSRN.org and tune in to all of the live action, or go to our on-demand service and relive your favorite moments.
Sports fans, welcome back to Game Time, to pure spirits, to pure sports. Welcome back to high school sports.
Fans, I'm IHSA Commissioner Paul Knighty, and I just want to say, welcome back.
This is Game Time. This is Indiana high school sports. This is your IHSAA.
Hey, Indiana, let's clear the air about vaping. Glue, rat poison, paint. We all know these products contain poisons like formaldehyde, arsenic, and lead. And these are just a few of the chemicals you'll find in e-cigarette vapor. Let's clear the air, Indiana. Don't puff this stuff. Visit don'tpuffthisstuff.com to join the fight and spread the word.
Calling officials cheaters or corrupt, it's not a game.
Insulting referees, it's not a game.
Threatening officials, it's not a game.
Berating young umpires, learning the ropes, it's not a game.
Violent language in the stands, it's not a game.
Verbal abuse from the sideline, it's not a game.
Screaming at a referee in the parking lot, it's not a game.
Welcome live to Holbert Arena here on the campus of Rose-Hulman as they take on the Anderson Ravens in a conference matchup here in the HDHC. Today's broadcast on RHIT.TV is brought to you by Reynolds Farm Equipment. Reynolds Farm Equipment is a leading equipment dealer since 1955. We're also brought to you by Passion to Care, delivering care with more than 24 years of experience. Boilermaker Local 374. Boilermakers Local 374 represents highly skilled, highly motivated workers in field construction and metal fabrication throughout the state of Indiana. Wheeler Mission. For over 131 years, Wheeler Mission has been a pillar in the Indianapolis community. Also by Bertner Electric, your trusted electrician partner since 1986. Brought to you in part by Morales Group. We're in business to create a better future for you and your family. We're brought to you by Piper Logistics, your trusted logistics partners since 1994. Also by Aspen Creek Grill. Why go anywhere else? Large selection of food made from scratch and fairly priced. Also by Highway Safety Services. Highway Safety Services Incorporated, an MBE-DBE company, has over 60 years combined experience in traffic control and pavement markings in Indiana. And by the IndianaSRN Sports Page. Follow the sports page every day with update news from coast to coast. Log on at IndianaSRN.org and click on our tab. Austin Ritter joined by Cruz Martin for today's HDHD conference matchup between the Rose-Hulman Fighting Engineers and the Anderson Ravens. And Cruz, one of the big things today that we're going to talk a lot about in this contest is the pace of this game. Anderson wants it a much different way than Rose-Hulman. Anderson wants to run up and down the floor. They want to score. Rose-Hulman, you would think the ingredient to win this game is slowing things down.
Yeah, exactly. Whoever controls the tempo is going to have their way in this game. Like you said, Anderson wants to turn it into a track meet. Rose-Hulman wants to slow things down. And whoever is able to assert themselves, and insert control over this game is going to have a better day, but obviously there's a lot more factors that go into it.
Let's talk about this Anderson Ravens squad. Coming on the road, they're 6-2, 2-0 so far in HDAC play. They're coming off a terrific year last season, 23-5, 16-2 in conference, and they are coming off of back-to-back wins, including a 19-point win over Berea. Cruz, the guy to watch is Tate Ivanyo, 22 points a game, 7 rebounds, 3 assists. He's on the D3 Hoops Team of the Week. He's been just fantastic this year for Anderson.
Yeah, he's only a hair from being a part of the 50-40-90 club early on in this season, coming off a 20-point outing against Berea, 20 points, 6 of 13 from the field. Struggled a little bit from outside, but made up for it by crashing the glass pretty hard. 6 rebounds and also distributing the ball. Was able to tally 4 assists. Like you said, he averages just about 22.5 points a game. he's going to be the main guy to look out for, but he has a swath of help to go along with him. 5 guys averaging double figures for this Anderson team.
Yeah, it's not just Devanio. They have, like you said, the entire starting 5 going to be averaging at double figures, or I should say 5 guys. One of them comes off the bench, and Nolan Swan. And Swan and Devanio can shoot the 3-ball really well. It's something that Rose Holman will certainly have to keep an eye on defensively. But just to the point of the pace, Anderson scores about 84 a game, but they give up 77. So they are going to score a ton, but they're probably going to give up a ton too, and Rose Holman's going to have to take advantage of that. Anderson, coached by Carter Collins in his 3rd season with the Ravens. This has been a lopsided matchup over the years here with Nick Sales, 3rd-year head coach for Rose Holman. He's 0-5 all the time against Anderson. This is a Ravens team that has certainly dominated it so far in his tenure. But we'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll focus on the Fighting Engineers side of this thing as they try to upset the Anderson Ravens. You're watching RHIT.TV.
A good engineer, a good mathematician, a good scientist can identify problems.
But in order to be a great scientist or engineer, you've got to have curiosity and you've got to have creativity, and that's what's going to set you apart.
You can't teach curiosity. You just need to encourage your students to be curious. Curious in anything that they do. Curious so that it brings out the innovations, the new ideas.
Back inside Holbert Arena, let's focus on the team that calls this place home, the Rose Holman Fighting Engineers. 4-3, they're also undefeated, 2-0 so far in HCAC play. They're trying to turn things around after an under 500 season overall last year. They were still above 500 in the conference, but this has been the bugaboo for Nick Sales. Has not been able to beat Anderson yet in his tenure. It all kind of starts with Miles McGowan down low. He is the guy.
He is the guy, and he's coming off one of his worst performances of the season, just 5 points and 1 rebound in a season-low 25 minutes against Milliken just on Wednesday. And so they've got to get him going. They've got to establish a post presence, and that'll also help Rose Holman to slow the game down a little bit, because we mentioned that in the opening segment. Whichever team controls the pace in this game is going to control the game overall. And Miles McGowan's going to be a huge piece of that, Austin.
Yeah, we threw the Anderson numbers at you. 84 points a game and 77 allowed. For Rose Holman, only 65 a game, but only 64 allowed. So they played a much different pace than this Anderson team does. Another thing that's interesting is that Anderson is coming off a full week off. So it didn't play much of a factor at all in the women's game earlier today, but that is something to keep an eye on, is that Anderson is fresh off a full week off, while Rose Holman did play, as you mentioned, against Milliken, losing 58-49, snapping their 4-game win streak. They lost their first 2 games of the season, really started to figure it out, and a lot of that is when you start to get the contributions from the other players outside of McCowan. They've got 2 others in double figures, Cruz, and Joey Schmitz is somebody they're going to need to get good production out of today.
Yeah, he's been off to a good start here in his young career, averaging 11 points a game. Again, only 6 points, though, against Milliken. He's coming off a tough game as well. Shot only 2 of 13 from the field and 2 of 9 from 3. So they're going to need big bounce-back games, not only from Miles McGowan, but also Joey Schmitz as well.
Schmitz has made multiple threes in 4 straight games, including a 5 of 12 performance against Bluffton. Their coach, as we mentioned a couple times, by Nick Sales in his 3rd season. He has an above 500 record, 33-28. But again, the one thing he's trying to get over is that Anderson Raven speed bump. They faced off in the 2023 HCAC championship game. Anderson got the best of them there. They've won 5 straight with Nick Sales at the helm for Rose Holman. On paper, the stats would lean toward Anderson. So, Cruz, what is the key for Rose Holman to come in here in there protecting their home gym and getting a win today?
Well, controlling the tempo. We've said it time and time again, and if there's any team that can do it, it's this Rose Holman team. They're extremely disciplined. They don't get out of what they're used to doing too often. They only average 10 turnovers a game, which is about 2 better than what you would typically want for a college basketball game in order to give you a good chance to win. So this Rose Holman team, a very disciplined team. They can shoot the ball. They're coming off a tough shooting outing, so I'm expecting this team to respond here this afternoon.
Yeah, you mentioned the tough shooting outing. Against Milliken, they were 29% from 3, or 29% for the floor, 27% from 3. How about 41 3-point attempts in that game? They only had 21 2-point attempts. So while they might slow the tempo down, probably going to see a lot of three-point shots from this Rose-Hulman team.
Yeah, this won't be a run-and-gun type of three-point shooting game. It'll be methodical, inside out, off the pass. I mean, any way that you look at it. It won't be in transition if Rose-Hulman can control it. You know, Anderson's going to try to get up and down, though, Austin, and I'm going to be really curious. I think we'll know within the first 5 minutes or so of this game how this trajectory will go, if Anderson will control the tempo or if it'll be Rose-Hulman.
Another thing to circle, just in their most recent games, against Berea, Anderson shot 32 free throws. Against Milliken, Rose-Hulman shot 5. They're going to have to be more aggressive, going to have to try and get to the free throw line and get some freebie opportunities here today as they get ready to take on this Anderson squad. A fun matchup here between two undefeated teams in the HCAC, both picked to finish inside the top 4 of their conferences this season. It's kind of a measuring stick opportunity for Rose-Hulman today to see where they stack up with Anderson. As we get ready to get this game started here momentarily, the Rose-Hulman Fighting Engineers and the Anderson Ravens. Let's get down to our public address announcer for the starting lineups.
Anderson University Ravens and your Rose-Hulman Fighting Engineers. Let's meet the starting lineup for tonight's game, starting with Anderson University. At guard, number 3, Kenny Troutman. At guard, number 10, Rob Davidson. At guard, number 12, Tate Devano. At guard, number 22, Bryce Williams. At guard, number 31, Axel Levy. And coaching Ravens tonight is head coach Carter Collins. And now let's meet the starting lineup for your Rose-Hulman Fighting Engineers. At guard, the 5'8" junior from Jeffersonville, Indiana, number 2, Cody Studemeyer. At guard, the 6'1" sophomore from Everett, Washington, number 10, Daniel Savage. The other guard at 6'2", the freshman from Margaretville, Indiana, number 15, Joey Schmidt. At 4, the 6'5" senior from Wagner, Oklahoma, number 33, Simon Blair. At the other board, the 6'6" senior from Indianapolis, Indiana, number 42, Miles McGowan. Leading the Fighting Engineers tonight is head coach Nick Sales.
So there are your starting lineups for today's matchup between Anderson and Rose-Hulman. RHIT.TV is brought to you by Reynolds Farm Equipment, a leading equipment dealer serving farmers, homeowners, landscapers, and commercial contractors throughout Indiana. Nothing runs like a deer. Give a call today at 317-849-0810. Rose-Hulman will have Axel Levy tipping. That'll be for Anderson. Rose-Hulman will have Miles McGowan at the half-court circle. Big early season test for both sides in HCAC play, and we're underway with Rose-Hulman in possession. Blair up top. This is Studemeyer. They're going to need some production from their guards and their backcourt today. Studemeyer, one of those. He's kind of the guy that runs the show. Early 3 is good. Joey Schmidt.
Austin, we talked about him in the pregame. He was going to have a big comeback game after that poor outing in their last game against Milliken. That's as good as a start as you could ask for.
Freshman's played bigger than his class so far this season. Here's Anderson on the other end. A Davidson 3. The answer from the Ravens early.
Only his 7th 3 of the year, shooting just 24% from beyond the arc.
Hand down, man down, right?
That's right. You got to close out. These are scorers. Even though the percentages might not say they're great three-point shooters, they are scorers, all of them on the court.
Studemeyer, he runs the show, about 9 points, 2 assists a game. Good three-point shooter as well. Savovich. Studemeyer whips it around. And aggressive defense, rewarded with a steal for Davidson. And a two-hand flush.
Rose-Hulman not a team known for turning the ball over at a high clip, but this long and athletic defense and also an aggressive defense at that for Anderson already causing some problems.
Out for a three that gets blocked by Ivanyo, and he's got it up ahead. He'll fire up a three and hit it. What a start for Anderson. They've come out flying around defensively in this kind of wonky 2-3 zone.
They're extending it out extremely far out to the perimeter, Austin. They're being very aggressive outside. Has to avoid giving an inside pass up.
Double clutch three doesn't go. McGowan's there for the board. Pocket picked. And now a scrum. Going to lead to a jump ball. And Anderson's going to take it the other way with the possession arrow.
You know, Austin, we talked about in the pregame, we would probably know in the first 5 minutes whether or not Rose-Hulman would control the tempo or not. Here's a good look at that slam a couple moments ago by Davidson. We now know in the first 90 seconds, Anderson has completely controlled the tempo through the first 2 minutes.
No doubt about it. They have come in with a high intensity level here early. Levy has it, cutting inside and a foul call. It's going to be tagged to Savovich. That's his first. Team's first of the game, and now a line change here for Anderson. 3 new players coming in. Marco Beverly, Alicia Moore, and Nolan Swan. They don't go really deeper than 9. We've already seen 8 here in the first 2 minutes and 7 seconds.
And Austin, I'd expect to see more substitutions like that. Quick, but also strategic substitutions. When you get up and down like that, you have to give guys breathers more often than not.
Williams attacking and kicking for a 3 from Moore. No good. And the long rebound tracked down by Rose-Hulman. Schmitz had the 3 earlier in the game. He's got it. He'll launch it. In and out. And back the other way come this high-flying Ravens squad. A good stutter step and a drive for the Ravens guard. Inside, it's missed by Beverly and picked up the other way. It's Studemeyer.
And a good job by Miles McGowan in that post defense, not giving up any muscle right there. Beverly trying to put a shoulder into him, and he just took the hit like a brick wall.
Studemeyer pull up Jay, got it. You can feel the pace of this game cruise come to a screeching halt on the right side of the floor and lightning fast on the left side.
Well, the more often that Rose-Hulman is able to knock down shots and set up their half-court defense, you know, the better they're off they're going to be. But if they keep turning the ball over and missing shots and allowing Anderson to get out in transition, the game can get away from them pretty quickly.
Out of bounds off for Rose-Hulman. Watch that Studemeyer jumper, just pure. Gets off the shot fake, elevates. He's not a big guy, 5'9", but elevates well. Anderson will inbound the basketball into the backcourt. Tracked down by Bryce Williams. Anderson's knocked down a couple of 3s in this game so far. Drive and pull up. A little kiss off the glass from Tita Vanyo.
And he was the main guy that we were talking about in the pregame, averaging over 22 points a game. That's a tough shot, Austin. That's a really tough shot, high off the glass at that angle. Give credit for him.
Studemeyer dealing with the length of those guards at the top of the 2-3 zone here. Savovich. Inside McGowan going to work. A good cut. And the shot up no good from Blair. McGowan on cleanup duty. Not able to get it, but he'll go to the free throw line for 2. This is we talked a lot about it in the women's broadcast earlier, the defense Anderson threw at him. This one's a little funky here for the Ravens. We'll talk about it on the other side of the break. Good start for the Ravens, up 10-5 here on RHIT.TV.
Finding the right answer and trying again, that's really what dragged me to aerospace. I saw other people making amazing stuff on 3D printers, and I thought if I combine that art of 3D printing with engineering, I could make something as complex as an airplane. It all changed when I came to Rose-Hulman. I feel amazing that I have still 3 years to do something much more complex.
Hello and welcome to Game Day. My name is Keith Myers. I'm the Vice President of IndianaSRN. We're glad that you joined us today. If you'd like to see more content just like tonight, just hit the donate button. Every dollar that you donate will go right back into more games right here on IndianaSRN. This means more games for you. It's IndianaSRN, where you always have a front row seat.
Back inside Holbert Arena. We're brought to you in part by Morales Group Staffing. We're a business to create a better future for you, for your family, and for the community we share. We can match you with the right career or hire the right candidate for your company. Call us today at 317-472-7600. Well, Cruz, we were talking about the defense for Anderson. It's aggressive. It's kind of a 2-3-3-2 mismatch. How does Rose-Hulman take advantage of that defense to try and create some looks?
Well, first of all, you're going to have to be able to handle the ball pressure. Like you mentioned, this is an extremely aggressive 2-3. They're bringing those bottom side wings up towards the actual wing, and they're hammering anything that Rose-Hulman has on the perimeter. So you have to be able to handle the pressure, throw in a couple of ball fakes there, and then look down towards the backside. That's wherever the defense is going to be at their weakest.
McGowan, a 74% free throw shooter, hit the first and gets a friendly home court roll on the second. 10-7 for Anderson. Downhill, Williams, acrobatic. Holy cow. What a finish there by Bryce Williams.
I don't think they teach that at Anderson. I think he picked that up along the way.
And they feed inside of the to Cole Pride, newly checked into the ball game for Rose-Hulman. They try to get it back to Pride, but just a costly turnover again. And here comes Anderson floating up ahead. Nothing there for Swan. Williams just had the move earlier.
That was a good recovery by the Rose-Hulman defense to try to make Anderson score in the half court.
In and out on the three ball from Ovano, the do-it-all scorer for Anderson. No real forwards in this lineup for Anderson. They call them wings on the roster, all introduced in the starting lineup as guards. But they play bigger. They're long and lengthy, and there's a turnover on the top of the zone off the defense of Elisha Moore.
And we were just talking about as we take another look at that layup from Williams right there. How about that? How about that? But we were talking about how Rose-Hulman has to be able to handle that pressure on the perimeter. That's an example of what they can't allow to happen. These turnovers, they already have 3 in the early going. This is not the pace that Rose-Hulman wants to be playing at.
Up top, Nolan Swan, one of the knockdown shooters from beyond the arc for Anderson. Levy sizing up on McGowan. Levy, McGowan, turnaround. Does not go. Long rebound, though, for Anderson. Levy's going to try his luck from 3. Left it short. Another offensive board to the bucket. It's Ovano. And it's 2.
Rose-Hulman just getting out hustled right there on the offensive glass. You give up 2, and eventually you're going to have to pay for it. You give credit to Anderson pursuing the boards with intent.
Studemeyer out of the corner. They're trying to work the ball into McGowan, which they do here. Good cross-court pass. 3 ball up and short from Savovich.
It was a good find from McGowan down in the post. The more often they can get it down to him and slow down the pace of this game, the better.
Savovich the interception. And here comes Rose-Hulman the other way. Down a touchdown to the Ravens, 14-7. This is their playmaker, McGowan. Going to work on Levy, showing him the hook. It doesn't go. Put back and a foul on the efforts on the glass of Cole Pride, and he'll earn 2 free throws.
Well, just a couple of moments ago, we saw Anderson clashing the offensive glass. This time around, Cole Pride getting up there and able to get to the free throw line. Not an ideal start for Rose-Hulman, but again, not the worst case scenario. You've been able to assert a little bit of control over the pace, but you haven't controlled it outright, and I think that's what Rose-Hulman is going to have to do to give them an opportunity to win this game.
Sophomore from Indianapolis, Benny Smith checks in place of Savovich. First free throw good on this trip for Cole Pride. Second one also good. Getting to the free throw line already a little bit more frequently than they were in their last time out against Milliken.
Now they only had 5 in that last game against Milliken, already up to 3 in the first 7 minutes of this one.
Top of the key, Avano's going to launch and connect. He's got it all in his game, showing off a little sidestep shimmy for a 3. Lead back to 8.
And that's a pure Indiana shooter right there. Out of Valparaiso, went to Morgan Township. Born and raised in the state, he knows exactly what basketball is about.
Boy, they're throwing the kitchen sink at McGowan, and he draws a foul. Really impressed with his poise down there because they're throwing everything at him when he touches the basketball. Another line change for Anderson. Marco Beverly, Kenny Troutman, and Bryce Williams all back in. Setting up a new 5 on the floor for Anderson. Studemeyer will trigger. And here goes McGowan again. Going to work. Can't get it to go. And on the rebound, out of bounds off the Fighting Engineers.
McGowan's had good patience so far, but he's also facing a lot of physicality when he gets into the post. They're not making it easy on him. But the more often that Rose-Hulman can get the ball into the post, a lot of good things happen when McGowan touches the ball, even though it didn't happen on that possession.
Bryce Williams left without the basketball. Recollects into the corner. Drive for Davidson. He fumbles. Up top, still 10 on the timer. This has been a loose possession here. Beverly with 5 on the timer. Avano's got to create. He'll launch, spin out. And the rebound is still loose on the floor, and a ripping jump ball. Possession arrow will go to the Engineers. Early in the first half, both teams still trying to find their footing. Anderson got off to a blistering hot start. Calmed down a little bit here of late. Up the floor comes Studemeyer. He's the man that runs the show for Rose-Hulman, the freshman. Back to Studemeyer for a straightaway 3. Curls out. Rebound pinballs to Beverly. Launched up ahead. What a tap by Williams. Gets it right back in the finger roll. What a nice sequence triggered by a smart, intelligent tap from Bryce Williams.
You think this team likes to get up and down, Austin? I mean, it looks like that's their natural element right there. The communication and the chemistry there on the break in full effect.
Benny Smith and Studemeyer into the right corner. Schmitz will fire, in and out. Tipped around, good hustle by Schmitz. He collects another possession and McGowan cashes in.
Rose-Hulman once again pursuing the offensive rebound, and once again Miles McGowan showing off the patience. And that's a veteran down there on the block.
Beverly will stop and pop. Too strong, and a reach in. No, it's going to go on Rose-Hulman. A hold on the rebound. It's going to bring us to a timeout. Schmitz on the foul. Anderson doing his thing with a tap. And the lead out and the finger roll. Anderson off to a nice start, up 19-11 on RHIT.TV. RHIT.TV brought to you by Boilermaker Local 374. Boilermakers Local 374 represents highly skilled, highly motivated workers in field construction and metal fabrication throughout the state of Indiana. When you need a safe, dependable workforce for a new build, an upgrade, or facility maintenance, you can count on Boilermakers Union Local 374 to do your job right the first time. Anderson ball up 8 out of the timeout. Williams has been the playmaker so far, but Avano, the high-volume scorer for Anderson.
And about halfway through this first half, Austin, this is not a place where Rose-Hulman wants to be at in terms of the scoring outlook. Anderson on pace for just under 80 points. Rose-Hulman on pace for about their season average at 60, but obviously that 80 sticks off the page more than the 60 does.
Benny Smith trying to dissect the 2-3 zone. McGowan gets in the middle of it and cans a floater. That's the common answer to the 2-3 zone. And McGowan finds the middle and finds the bucket. Down to 6. Staying within striking distance. Davidson, backdoor cut. Williams at a foul. Well, he's active, and he's made his presence felt here so far.
Yeah, it was a great back cut. Benny Smith got caught ball watching. Or excuse me, that was Benny Smith who got hit on the backdoor cut. There's a lot of off-ball movement here for Anderson whenever they can have a half-court possession materialize. Yes, they like to get out in transition. But they're also a solid team in the half-court whenever they can get what they want going.
Williams a chance to convert the three-point play. He's up to 6 points on the day, a couple of acrobatic finishes. And now a chance for 3 at the line, and he hits it. Lead back to 9 for the Ravens, who apply a full-court press. McGowan has gone to the bench temporarily. They have brought in Jack Jenigas into the ballgame for Rose-Hulman. He posts up inside of the moment. Savovich, back to Smith, back to Savovich. 10 on the timer. Smith inside, good catch by Jenigas, who goes to work and muscles it in. Tough finish for Jack Jenigas.
And he has the size advantage down low, too. They need to take advantage of their size. Yes, Anderson has a lot of athleticism, but you can compound that with size right down there for Rose-Hulman.
Banging inside goes Kenny Troutman. And give Studemeyer credit. He walled him up. Strong defense for the Fighting Engineers. And Studemeyer uses a nice screen to get to the bucket and score. Down to 5.
Don't look now, Austin. Rose-Hulman starting to find a flow offensively, and it's come in transition. It hasn't come in the half court. Now, I don't know if this is sustainable, though, for Rose-Hulman, considering the fact that this is the identity of this Anderson team that they're going up against.
How about that finish? Good body control, like we saw from Bryce Williams earlier. Kobe Studemeyer gives us that, and then here's the size you're talking about, Cruz.
Yeah, just take advantage of that every opportunity that you have. And that's the other thing, too. You are able to draw more fouls on Anderson in the post as well. It'll slow the game down. It'll also get some of their best players into foul trouble.
Davidson rejected. Cole Pride on the block. He's got 5 on the year now, and that one was with some authority on it. Take another look. He just goes up and meets him at the high point. That's size right there. Wins out. Here goes Williamson. Oh my goodness. Bryce Williams with another one and a foul. He does not want the simple finish, Cruz. He wants style points.
No, he must be an English major. He must be an English major over at Anderson. He's had a couple of those.
Head fake, up, reverse, English, and a foul. And a free throw.
That's the second finish like that he's had tonight. Give him a lot of credit, not being afraid of the contact either.
Sam Piontek in for the first time today for Rose-Hulman. They go deep. They play a lot more, probably about 2 or 3 more guys than we'll see from Anderson. Inbound steal immediately, and there's Davidson. And a timeout called from Coach Sales as the Ravens had it down to 5, or I should say the Fighting Engineers had the Ravens lead down to 5. All of a sudden, it's turned into 10. And we are brought to you here on RHIT.TV by Passion to Care, delivering care with more than 24 years of experience as a prestige healthcare company. Passion to Care is driven by decades of expertise and a drive to go above and beyond. Call us today at 317-537-1811. Well, it was a promising sequence there, Cruz, for Rose-Hulman. They had cut it to 5, and then turnovers bite them again.
Yeah, you got to come out of the timeout strong right here, especially those turnovers where you have to inbound it, and they get it right off the inbound. That's how quickly this Anderson team could strike. So this is going to have to be a disciplined next couple of 4 minutes or so for this Rose-Hulman team. Get into the media timeout, try to keep it within 10, maybe even chip into the lead a little bit, but you can't allow any more leeway for this Anderson offense.
Well, Rose-Hulman has it. They break the press and set up the offense. Studemeyer facing the wings of this 2-3 zone. Schmitz on the attack, steps through and scores. Anderson wondering where he got that extra step. Illegal or not, it looked cool. And Schmitz scores it to make it 8.
That's a completely legal move, Austin.
And there's a 3 and the answer, and a shush of the students on his way back for Rob Davidson.
I'll tell you what, he's not afraid to let the students know how he's feeling about it. Feeling confident.
Had taken just 8 threes all season before today. Schmitz playing with some confidence, just made a nice move, but he turns it over. Here comes Williams, showtime. Now he'll make that one look easy with a shot fake in the finish. It was an easy finish, but the pump fake led it too.
Exactly, and that's a lot of discipline right there for Bryce Williams. The heads up to know that Jenigis was going to jump on it. Great patience.
Well, this is not a turnover-prone Rose-Hulman team, but they look it today so far, and here's another one. And here comes Anderson the other way. And the layup good for Bryce Williams.
Austin, this is a team that averages 10 turnovers a game. They're up to 7. We haven't even reached halftime yet. This is very uncharacteristic. But when you play a team like Anderson, who's so good, it's so long, it's so athletic, these kinds of things are bound to happen, but I don't think to the level that Rose-Hulman was expecting it to be.
12-2 run in the last couple of minutes for Anderson. Studemeyer hounded. Schmitz going to work. Studemeyer will launch. Left it short. But another possession. Schmitz pull-up game. Short. Got another possession out of it. Studemeyer will launch again. Got it that time. Much needed for Rose-Hulman.
You're right on it, Austin. They needed that badly. They got to chip away, just like we saw in the women's game earlier when Anderson got down. They're going to have to take it one possession at a time.
That's just patient, fundamental finishing by Nolan Swan.
It's been hard for Rose-Hulman to get stops. I mean, at this point, it seems as though Anderson can hit the 50 mark by the time we reach halftime.
They're at 36, and we still have over 6.5 to play here. In the middle of the zone, the pull-up from Jenigis is good. He's given them good minutes off the bench so far in this game. Lead back down to 12. Nick Sales' squad trying to stay within striking distance. Williams in the corner. This is going to be a 3-look. The air ball's long. Those are the toughest rebounds to get sometimes, but it'll go the other way. Timeout on the floor. The Ravens blitzing the Fighting Engineers early, but still a lot of basketball to be played here on RHIT.TV.
When Jenigis goes into the middle, he's got to demand it. He's sitting there with his arms in there like this, like, just give me the ball.
So my goal is to get involved in space industry and learn about what lies beyond the Earth's horizon. I came across Rose Rocketry. I saw, hey, they're doing some really cool stuff. They're building rockets. Being at Rose, I was able to hone my engineering skills to push myself to get involved in the field further and learn about all these different opportunities. And I don't think I would have really gotten that at a bigger university.
Calling officials cheaters or corrupt.
Insulting referees.
Threatening officials.
Berating young umpires, learning the ropes.
Violent language in the stands.
Screaming at a referee in the parking lot. It's not a game.
Back at Holbert Arena, RHIT.TV brought to you by Piper Logistics. For more than 2 decades, the seasoned professionals at Piper Logistics have consistently been the trusted allies For all your inventory management, warehouse fulfillment, and transportation needs, we stand as your comprehensive logistics partner. Ride with us. Call today at 317-396-1023. Almost another turnover out of the timeout, but McGowan going to work. And I think they got a late foul in here. They did. Going to tag it to Cole Duncan, the freshman forward from Muncie, who's checked in for Anderson. And you were talking during the break. We're going to see a lot of 2-3 zone from Anderson today. The best way is to flash the middle, and Jenigas has done a great job of that.
That's exactly right, but he also has to demand the ball more when he gets into the middle as well. He'll show his numbers. He's doing exactly what he's supposed to do, but he needs to make himself and the defense for Anderson more aware of his whereabouts, because if you call for the ball in the middle, that defense is going to have to shift its attention to the middle. Then you have more open stuff out on the perimeter, or if they don't bite in on that, you have a wide open pass in the middle, and he's ready to catch it.
A good block out by Kenny Troutman, and the only option to get to the ball for McGowan was to go over, and that's illegal. So a foul on McGowan, and the other way we go. Back in for Rose Holman, Benny Smith. Checking in for Sam Piatek. So at least for the moment, Williams is out of the game. He's been the spark plug offensively for Anderson. They'll throw it inside to Avagno. Twist and fire. And connect for Tate Avagno, a D3 Hoops Team of the Week member. Averaged 24.5 a game in 2 games last week.
Looks like Tate Avagno's been watching his Kobe Bryant in the post clips over the last couple of weeks on YouTube. That was a beautiful post fade right there, very reminiscent of the Bean.
They had it beaten there for a moment, but great defense by the freshman Duncan. And the other way we go. Troutman threw it away. And Anderson turnover, and that comes with the pace. Sometimes you have some of those turnovers trying to make a play happen. But here's the block again by Duncan. But right before that, Cruz, they had Jenigas flashing underneath, and they missed him.
And that's going to happen a lot with this on-ball pressure that Anderson puts on. That's why you get up in their grill. Just like we saw right there, even though they didn't get rewarded for it. You get up in a guy's grill, they're going to miss those easy looks that they would typically otherwise be able to find.
Elisha Moore guilty of the foul. Back into the game for the Fighting Engineers, Simon Blair for Jack Jenigas, who gave them really good minutes. But watch Schmitz here. He's in charge of running the baseline. If you watch him off the inbound here, well, now he's not going to do it as I say that. But he has been the guy running the baseline here. He's in the top corner of your screen right now. Studemeyer floats it to the right corner. Smith, McGowan, going to work. Studemeyer stop and pop. Left it short. And what a rebound as Bryce Williams lets us know he's back in the game. Good steal by Studemeyer, but he stepped on the end line trying to save it. Good effort to get back into the play.
Notice the first thing that happens when Anderson gets the ball, their first look, their eyes are up, they're looking down the court. Their first look is always to see who's in front of them, and if they can get them the ball, that's exactly what they're going to try to do.
We'll get it into Williams. And a nice steal, that smart play from the freshman Schmitz. He gets the takeaway. Rose Holman the other way, down 13. Trying to stay within striking distance. Here goes Blair to the bucket, no. Second chance, yes, and he'll get a chance for
3. Rose Holman's hanging in there, Austin, but you're going to have to find a way to get some stops going into the locker room if they can trim this down to a 5-point lead or so before halftime. Give a lot of credit to Simon Blair on the patience right there, being able to take the contact and finish it. You know, Rose Holman will be sitting pretty nicely if they can make that happen, but it has to start on the defensive end. They haven't been able to do that so far tonight.
Davidson and Beverly back in for Anderson. And the free throw good, 3 better than 2. He was going to get a layup, he missed it, got it back, gets 3 instead. 38-28, the lead 10 for the Ravens. Avagno, who has been relatively quiet this afternoon. The spinning jumper doesn't go. And a chance to cut this to single digits here for the Fighting Engineers. They extend you so far out with this 2-3 zone. It has really disrupted the Rose Holman offense. Working around the horn, Schmitz has it. Stoudemire missed the extra pass, but he'll get an open look. And all of a sudden, it's a single-digit game, and a good fight here from the Engineers to get back into it.
And I was going to say before that, Anderson usually does a good job of not creating offense, but as soon as I was about to say that, they reached out on the perimeter and gave Stoudemire that lane for that two-point jump shot.
There's Williams going to work. It's never easy, but he has a great finishing radius. Back to a 10-point game.
And that's work that he's done on his own, I'm sure.
McGowan kicks. Schmitz, 3-ball, doesn't go, but tagged with a foul is Tate Avagno. The closeout a little too tight. Yeah, it's going to take us to a timeout. The lead is 10 for the Ravens, but the Fighting Engineers, they're living up to their name. They're fighting right now, trying to stay in this one. They'll have 3 free throws on the other side of the break on RHIT.TV.
They say nice guys don't finish first. So maybe it's time to reconsider what it means to be first.
It's about being your best, but knowing you could be even better.
It's being present, but respectful of history.
You sure you want to make that move?
It's donating something more valuable than money.
It's believing in yourself and something bigger.
It's coming from different families, but treating each other like brothers.
It's not just being a man, it's being a Mason.
Hey, thanks for joining us tonight. We consider it a privilege to have you as one of our listeners and viewers. If you'd like to see more content just like tonight, just hit the donate button. Every dollar that you donate will go right back into more games right here on IndianaSRN. This means more games for you. It's IndianaSRN, where you always have a front row seat.
RHIT.TV brought to you by Dynamark. Looking to elevate your brand? Choose Dynamark, your local one-stop shop for all your print, science, promo products, apparel, and mailing services. Serving Indianapolis for over 50 years. Dynamark, where strong relationships are built through exceptional service. Call today at 317-328-2555. Rose Holman gets 3 free throws here for the freshman Joey Schmitz from Bargersville, Indiana. 4 games in double figures. He had 3 in a row prior to the game against Milliken on Wednesday. He makes the first free throw there. 5 made threes and a career high 19 points against Bluffton a couple of games ago.
And he's been really key for the success of this Rose Holman team so far in HCAC play. He was able to play for Zach Kahn over at Center Grove. His coach had the honor of coaching Trace Jackson Davis, Taven Jackson, Tyler Cerny, just to name a few people.
A lot of pretty good Hoosier athletes have come from the Center Grove area. Bryce Williams.
Not even to mention Landon Hacker, who's playing basketball for Scotty Davenport down at Bellarmine as well.
That's a good one. Davidson made his man fall. The spin cycle operating at full speed for Davidson. Back to a 9-point game.
This is going to be a crucial 2.5 minutes, Austin. These last 2.5 minutes going into the locker room. If Rose Holman's able to hang around, they'll be in good shape coming out of the locker room. They can't allow Anderson to go on a little bitty spurt right here going into halftime.
Stoudemire, boy, he has found his spot. The mid-range jumper is not dead, according to Kobe Stoudemire. He's bringing it back to life. Williams, high, tough finish. He's blown me away today. Bryce Williams been terrific. Schmitz, top pass, good catch by McGowan. He'll step into a shot put floater that kisses in. Maybe more than a kiss. More of a bang off the glass.
That was a deep floater too. That was probably about 12 to 14 feet out.
Oh, what an adjustment to finish by Marco Beverly. Good job by McGowan not to foul, but oh, run of the floor. It's goaltending, doesn't matter. Simon Blair got ahead of the defense. It says you can rock the rim all you want, I'll still make it.
Rose Holman giving Anderson a little taste of their own medicine right there, getting out, running off the made shot. Here's another look at it right here. Blair leaking out behind the defense.
The pace has definitely been dominated by Anderson, but a team in Rose Holman that averages 65 a game has come to play here. They've got almost 40 here by halftime. Williams, another tough shot and another tough make for Bryce Williams. That's the type of role the home team's supposed to get. Schmitz was eyeing the deepest three maybe he's ever taken. Inside for Blair, and a reach it. We're going to get bonus free throws here for the Fighting Engineers, I believe.
And that three probably would have been from about Owen County. Nice take right there from Marco Beverly, and the great adjustment.
Yeah, you know your defender's coming in off the left, and he just goes right back around him. So it will be a 1-and-1 bonus opportunity here for Simon Blair. It's another good move. I mean, around the basket, two teams playing in totally different ways. First free throw good for Blair. On this end of the floor, it's back to the basket work, Cruz. On the other end of the floor, it's acrobatic, it's athleticism. It's a whole different game between these two teams.
That's right. Those are two completely different identities, and it's a wonder that Rose-Hulman is only down 8 points, especially the way that they got off to a slow start, turning the ball over, giving up a quick start to Anderson. But give them credit. They've chipped away slowly, and turnovers like that are going to help their case.
Williams decided not to shoot. He wanted to be unselfish, but he turned it over. And now the other way, Anderson gets it back. That was the one time where Bryce Williams got past his defender and didn't shoot it, and he turned it over. But on the other end, Rose-Hulman had a chance to cut it to a two-possession game, and they coughed it up.
Austin, you got about 3 possessions maybe left until the end of the half. Rose-Hulman more than likely going to have to get 2 stops right here. If they can trim this down to a 6-point game going into the locker room, I'd absolutely take that if you're Rose-Hulman.
Avagno rise and fire. I don't think that hit anything. So out of bounds it goes to Rose-Hulman. 54 seconds. You can play a 2-for-1 here if you want. We'll see if Nick Sales, based upon this pace from Studemeyer, maybe not. In the corner, Studemeyer. He'll find that mid-range. That time it doesn't go. Tipped around. There's McGowan. Out to Schmitz. 3-ball up. And good. Rose-Hulman has cut this to a 5-point game. They will potentially get another possession here. About 4 seconds between the clocks. It's a 30-second timeout. Keep it here. 48-43 for Anderson. Well, that was a really nice possession. I've been impressed with the offensive glass work that Rose-Hulman's done in this game. They've gotten themselves some opportunities. I don't know if the stats will back me up, but yeah, they will.
15-7 on second chance points for Rose-Hulman. That's part of the reason why they've been able to keep themselves in this game. And 8-5 on the offensive glass as well. So you were right on top of it, Austin. This offensive glass attack from Rose-Hulman is really one of the things that's kept them in. And we talked about how whoever controlled the pace was going to have the advantage. And while that's still holding true, Anderson has been able to control the pace so far tonight. I'm pretty surprised that Rose-Hulman still finds themselves in this game, but give them credit. They've taken what the defenses gave them, and give credit to Kobe Studemeyer for stepping up and hitting some big-time shots to get them back into this one.
We're brought to you by Highway Safety Services. Services, you do what you do. We'll keep you safe doing it. Contact at 765-446-1502. Final 20 seconds of this first half. Going to try and make that last Rose-Hulman possession as short as they can. Williams has had the hot hand here. He's got 20 in the first half. Out to Avagno. Left it short. Another possession with 5. Into the corner, a 3-ball. Leiby airballs long, and that's the end of the first half. That shot will not count. A 5-point game. I think if you had told anybody with Rose-Hulman you're going to give them 48 points in the first half, they would have probably shuddered. But they've been right there with Anderson. They put up 43 themselves, and this back-and-forth affair has us excited for the second half.
Yeah, no question about it. You know, you mentioned it, talking about who would control the tempo. Anderson did that. We thought that Rose-Hulman wouldn't really have a shot if Anderson controlled the pace, but they've kept pace with them so far. Think about if they didn't get off to that slow start, they might even have the lead up to this point. They give a lot of credit to Rose-Hulman for hanging in there, but they have another 20 minutes that they have to try to do the exact same thing.
An intriguing first half and an even more intriguing second half could be in store for us here. A couple of undefeated teams in the Heartland Conference. And we're excited to see where this one takes us in the final 20, but we'll take a break. Back with the second half shortly. Anderson up 5 on RHIT.TV.
Brian Chrisman joins me today. And Brian, talk a little bit about the winter and Wheeler Mission and how important it is for people to help Wheeler Mission, because winter means homeless and homeless means people in the cold. Talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, I mean, we really serve a lot of people year round, no matter what the weather is, right? And so we serve anywhere from 700 to 900 people who are experiencing homelessness every single night. But when winter hits, that can become life or death. So if you're stuck out in the cold, happens every year. IMPD will find people out in the cold and encourage them to come in. But if they don't catch them in time, I mean, again, life and death. And so it's vital that our doors are open. And so we do that. Our staff shows up every day to make sure our doors are open. We serve 1,000 meals a day plus every single day. That's a nice, warm, nutritious meal. Donors provide that. Donors provide our food, coffee, something hot to drink. You know, donors provide that. So there's a lot of opportunities to get involved at Wheeler to make sure we can get through winter, or to work at Wheeler. We need staff, and so we're always looking for staff to get us through the winter time. We spread ourselves thin during winter, making sure that anybody can find space, and so we have bed capacities. For sure, but we go beyond that every winter to make sure that the city has an option for people who are experiencing homelessness in the dead of winter.
Schools out there that are watching this program with our RHIT, maybe they want to do a sock drive, or they want to do a sweatshirt drive. They can contact our office at IndianaSRN, or they can contact you. Where's a contact, or who would be a contact that maybe we want to do a sock drive? I think that would be a great idea for SRN to start one of those sock drives. How would that? What does that look like?
Yeah, so if you go to wheelermission.org, we have our needs lists that are right there on our website. Those change sometimes in the winter, but there are some needs that are pretty much continual when it comes to hygiene items, when it comes to warm items to get us through the winter. So when you're talking about coats, especially bigger sizes for people that come through, we want to make sure a lot of people that come to our mission, they come with the clothes on their back, right? And so we need to make sure they have something to wear during their stay with us, and which could be for a few weeks, could be for a couple months. And so go to our website, wheelermission.org. You can donate directly there, whether it's a financial donation or you can look at our needs list. You can even find drop-off locations. You can drop it off at some of the barns that we have around the city, or come right down to Wheeler Mission, drop it off right there. But we need this community's support. So greatest thing about Indianapolis is it is a generous community.
Yes.
It is a community that steps up when there's a need. And there's 1,700 homeless individuals in our community. That number has risen 5% just over the last year. Wheeler Mission is the main place for those individuals to go, has been since 1893, over 130 years. And so support that ministry so that those doors can be open, making sure that every man, woman, and child that needs to come inside can come inside and not only get warm, but get nutritious meals, food, shelter, and care. And so beyond that, we take them through a whole journey of program to make sure that they come out our back door different people. But the first things first, right? Get them fed and get them warm and get them safe.
Since it's basketball season and we cover over 300 games a year on IndianaSRN, we challenge our basketball teams and our basketball programs to get involved. There are meals that need to be served. Tell our teams out there how they can help and serve meals.
Yeah, no better way to really open your eyes to the community's needs than to stand in front of people who are desperately in need and hand them a meal, hand them what they're asking for that day. So great group opportunity is to volunteer at Wheeler Mission. You can go to wheelervolunteer.org. You can sign up a group. It can take an hour and a half to come down and serve a lunch. You can get 12, 15 people involved in that, a dinner, come down either at our men's shelter or our women's shelter. It's a really cool experience for teams, not only to help in a way that you're making a difference, but to see the people that you're helping, right? To hand a meal to someone and smile and say hi to someone literally in their darkest moment, right? So
best assist they can ever make.
Oh yeah,
is to serve a meal.
That's a good point. It's a slam dunk.
It's a slam dunk, exactly. For IndianaSRN, this is Keith Myers.
I'm Rob Coons, president of Rose-Hulman Institute of Technology. Rose-Hulman is consistently recognized nationally as an elite STEM college. We've been ranked #1 in the U.S. News & World Report for undergraduate engineering for 25 straight years, and are number 17 in the Wall Street Journal's list of America's best colleges. Rose-Hulman was also recently named by Forbes as one of America's best small employers. Founded in 1874, our scenic campus is home to more than 2,200 students with a passion for STEM and learning. Our exceptional community of faculty and staff help us deliver on our mission to provide Rose-Hulman students with the world's best undergraduate STEM education in an environment of individual attention and support. Here, we celebrate the successes of our entire community in an inclusive, supportive, and flexible environment. Our serene and safe campus is located in Terre Haute, Indiana, a vibrant community on the banks of the Wabash River, with several major cities only a short drive away. I hope you explore more about Rose-Hulman and what makes it such a special place where our entire community thrives. Thank you.
A couple of points under 90 a game, and especially when you're a team that averages about 60 a game, it's gonna be a little bit of a shock. You can prepare for it all you want, but until you face the real deal, you can't really put a lot of credibility to it. So whenever you first come out here, they got shocked a little bit at the beginning, but again, give credit to Rose-Hulman for responding to some controversy and to some struggles early on. And, this second half, they're going to have to do exactly what they did over the course of those last 7 minutes for the remainder of the game to give themselves an opportunity.
They were led in the first half by a couple of double-digit scores. Kobe Studemeyer found himself some mid-range jumpers. He played all 20 minutes in the first half, scored 11 points, and they got 11 from Joey Schmitz as well, who knocked down a pair of three-pointers. 9.6 rebounds for Miles McGowan, their leading scorer on the season. Other double-figure scores for Anderson. Rob Davidson had 12, and Tate Avagno had 12 on 5 of 10 shooting. So Anderson will have the possession arrow to start this second half. Rose-Hulman fought back down by as many as 15 with about 7:50 to go in the first half. They came back, cut it to 5, and here we are starting the second half. Both teams undefeated, 2-0. In HCAC play, Davidson with the stutter step, but it's blocked away by Blair. That's a big-time move by Simon Blair to get back in that play. Now a chance to cut this to a one-possession game with a bucket here. This aggressive 2-3 defense. Look at how high up that back line is. Out to the right. Savovich out to Schmitz. Schmitz, Blair, jumper, tried to bank it in. Or I don't know, I shouldn't assume that was his attempt, but it did bank and it did not go in.
It was a bit of an odd angle for Blair to take two. It's not every day that you see a shot taken from that kind of angle from 15 feet out.
I have no idea how that was a legal play. I thought that was incredible defense by, I think Savovich was there.
There has to be a whistle, I would assume, there, one way or the other, whether it's a jump ball or a travel, either one. I would suspect probably a jump ball, but nonetheless, zero whistle right there.
Officials were saying it was bobbled. Schmitz for three from downtown Terre Haute. He knocks it in. And this is a 4-point game, 50-46.
And they needed him to have a big bounce-back game, and he's been solid so far today, hitting a couple of outside shots. Another game in double figures in terms of shots from beyond the arc going in.
Savovich did it again with great defense inside, and here goes Studemeyer. He got everything but the finish. I think he was maybe surprised how open he was. Here goes Williams for three. Didn't see that in the first half. There's the cleanup duty for Axel Levy.
Good put back by Levy. It was a golden opportunity for Rose-Hulman. Studemeyer had a lane. It was a great steal by Simon Blair down low. You got to be able to finish those if you want to have a chance at knocking off a team like Anderson.
Blair assessing what he has. Reverse layup not on. And Avagno with pace. Davidson. Foul. Simon Blair picks it up, reaching across the arms. And it's his first, team's first of the half. And two free throws coming up for Rob Davidson. Here's the replay. Got some ball, but as you can see, the arm came down on the arms of Davidson. This is what Anderson does. About what we're about to see, you can see there are 3 guys sitting at the scorer's table. They like to make these line changes. Beverly and Moore come in. Let's watch this again. I mean, I don't know. I mean, something.
It's a tough call, but at the same time, it looked as though that Schmidt's got his hand on the ball. And that was a bit of an interesting no call, to say the least.
A whistle of some sort felt necessary in that sequence. None was made, and the both free throws extend this to an 8-point game.
And going back to the last defensive foul on Simon Blair, if you're in that situation, take one step off to the right, put your body out there. Even if you're late, you're going to pick up the foul anyway. And give yourself an opportunity to draw an offensive foul instead of giving up a for sure 2 points at the free throw line.
Studemeyer left side. He gets it back. Schmitz has range. He'll fire. Missed it to the right. Loose ball. Look at Rose Holman diving on the floor, but ultimately it's Alicia Moore that comes away with it.
That's the kind of effort you want to see your ball club playing with right there. Getting on the floor, not afraid to get dirty, trying to extend the possession.
And there's Schmitz getting down and dirty. And a steal for Rose Holman. Studemeyer. Shimmy and score. Back to a 6-point game.
That's a veteran move right there for Studemeyer, the junior.
3 ball on the other end, misses badly from Nolan Swan. He's an over 40% 3-point shooter. Fighting Engineers dodge a bullet. Sanovich around the horn. They feed McGowan. They're going one-on-one with some help shading. McGowan spins, hooks short, got it back, puts it up, blocked again, stripped away, and Rose Holman ball. All of that for an out-of-bounds play.
Miles McGowan is a ball magnet down there. Let's take another look at that Studemeyer jumper right there. Nice little in and out pull up in the lane.
It's got a good crossover. He and Williams have been very impressive with the ball in their hands. McGowan baseline J, no. And Blair with the shove, his second foul. And we'll walk the other way.
And those are some fouls that you could take from time to time. It shows that your guys are showing effort on the offensive glass. Now, obviously, some technique issues right there with the push in the back, but you're still at least happy if you're Nick Sales that your guys are still crashing the glass with intention.
Ivanyo almost lost that ball, got tipped into the backcourt. He'll go on Schmitz. Beverly lost it on the way up, and that hit the stanchion to the back of the basket, so that's going to go to Rose Holman. I think that might have been Blair that got his hand in there and kind of dislodged. I don't know if he dislodged it or just disrupted the play.
We'll feel the tempo of this game right now.
Slow.
This is not anywhere near what we saw in those first 20 minutes, or at least for the majority of it.
Another three. Schmitz, he got it. Boy, that's what Anderson does not want to see. He's getting hot. And Rose Holman's within 3. Williams fouled. It's going to be a reach-in on Savovich. And it's going to bring us to a break, but Schmitz is catching fire. And he's getting Rose Holman a little bit closer, down 3, second half here on RHIT.TV.
So I started working on Babcock Ranch 16 years ago. We designed a sustainable community that is also storm resilient, and also it has a ton of flood control associated with it. It has 75 megawatt solar facilities on site, which will cover the entire 18,000 acre community. In September of 2022, we had Hurricane Ian. We had 150 mile an hour sustained winds for about 10 hours and 21 inches of rain. Babcock really had little to no damage at all. We were the only place in a 2-county area that had any electric or any available drinking water that did not need to be boiled. And Rose really prepares you to go out, think outside the box, and problem solve. And I think for any major at Rose Holman, that's what you're getting. You have the ability to go out and create something new and innovate and change the way that we live as humans today.
RHIT.TV is brought to you in part by Officially Human. Our mission is to restore respect to game officials and recognize them as authorities on the fields and courts. Do your part. Practice good sportsmanship. If we don't have officials, we can't play. Well, Rose-Hulman has come to play in this second half, and it's been led by the freshman Joey Schmitz.
He's having a terrific bounce-back game after coming off that 6-point outing against Milken on Wednesday. He is lit up for 17 points here, and we still have 15 and a half minutes to go in this game. He's had a big day, but they're going to need to continue to get that out of him to give Rose-Hulman a chance down the stretch.
He's made 4 of his 8 threes. Bryce Williams, a rare miss. And here comes Rose-Hulman with a chance to tie on a 3. 5 straight games with multiple made threes for Joey Schmitz. Benny Smith inside. McGowan can't get it. Benny Smith is there for the putback.
And all Nick Sales could do was just look at his bench and swing his arms around. Benny Smith probably should have came down with that to give him a better chance of hitting it. We give credit to Benny Smith for being able to put in that tough shot.
3 ball on its way, and good for the answer from Beverly. Well, you mentioned it. The pace feels like it has slowed. The offensive rebounding and second chance points continues to be a good production of offense for Rose-Hulman. Schmitz, boy, I think the range is anywhere right now for Schmitz. Studemeyer will try it. Oh, it's tipped back in. I think Avagno might have touched that last.
He sure did, and sometimes when you're looking for an upset, you're going to have a play or two like that happen. If you're Avagno, you just have to move on to the next play. You can't go and get that one back.
3 ball, Beverly, another answer no, but the offensive board and a reach-in foul on McGowan. So points for Rose-Hulman off the finger of Avagno. Let's see. So this is first Benny Smith putting it back up and in. Right place, right time. And then this is the tip. Yeah, definitely off Avagno. Doesn't matter who touches it. If it goes in, it's points. And Rose-Hulman will take it. 2-point game. Here goes Swan. Nice finish. He's done that a couple of times today.
Yeah, just using his bigger body on Kobe Studemeyer, able to bulldoze his way into the paint. And after that, just muscle memory there with that post fade.
You got to keep a hand in Schmidt's face as soon as he crosses half court. Studemeyer gets an open look. Left it short. But there's McGowan. He's been active on the boards, and he'll earn a trip to the line for 2 shots. And he has been a big part of this run. He's now into double figures in rebounds and can give himself a double-double if he makes either of these free throws.
I was about to say, how terrific has he been on the glass? 4 offensive rebounds. I think he might be up to 5 now, actually, and 11 rebounds for the game. He's just a ball magnet down there. Every single time that the ball goes up on Rose-Hulman's end, it just happens to find a way into McGowan's hands, although I don't think that's a coincidence.
Well, you don't set the career offensive rebounding mark at a school for nothing. I mean, he's had 192 offensive rebounds coming into this game. That's almost 3 a game over his career. And that's his 3rd double-double of the season now as he knocks down both free throws, 11 points, 11 rebounds. Top of the key, quick 3, Swan, halfway down and out, and a great effort by Blair to trigger it up ahead. There's a chance for a tie or the lead here for Rose-Hulman. Schmitz wants it in the corner. They don't find him. Now he gets it. Studemeyer, and that ball got kicked. There was no whistle, and now it's a turnover. And leaking up ahead is Avagno, and he'll finger roll it in. Back to a 4-point game. But it feels a lot different than it did in the middle portion of the first half, where it felt like Anderson was capable of running this one away. Rose-Hulman's here, and they're here to stay.
Well, they've certainly slowed the pace down. That's exactly what they've wanted to do this entire time.
When you hit threes, you can get to the mid-range jumper, and Schmitz did that right there to cut it back to 2. And a kick out of bounds. Oh, they're going to give it to Anderson. Let's take a look again at this. This is what you do. You get a steal, live ball turnover, you push it ahead, and Avagno, the beneficiary.
We've seen that time and time again. That first look there from Cole Duncan was up the floor. He wasn't looking in the backcourt for a guard like we've talked about. His first look is up the court, and if he has somebody, he'll go get it, or he'll throw it. Whoever's down the court will go get it. That's exactly what would happen with Avagno.
Around the horn to Moore. Knocked away. Swan gets it back. Plenty of time on the possession. Swan with a pull-up jumper. Well, right now Anderson's answering everything that Rose Holman's throwing at him.
He likes that mid-range right there, just about 10 feet out or so. That's his second shot that he has hit from that exact same spot.
Watch that baseline. Rose Holman's had some open guys down there that they have missed a couple of times here. Right now, it is Cole Pride who's running the baseline. Here's McGowan, deflected out of bounds, trying to find Studemeyer. 5 on the timer as another line change comes in for Anderson. Williams is back in along with Beverly and Troutman.
You got to be aware of the shot clock right here, Austin, if you're Rose Holman. The last thing you want to do right before immediate timeout is turn it over on a shot clock violation.
The inbound up for grabs. Nobody touched it, and it's picked up by Williams. On the run, behind the back, off the deflection. Layup good, Avagno. Bryce Williams plays with a certain flair about him.
That's probably the second to last thing you wanted to do was give a live ball turnover up to Anderson, and that's the best thing they do, get out of transition off of live ball turnovers.
Back to a 6-point game as Anderson has stretched it out a bit here. Schmitz has been the offense. Pivots around, kicks to Studemeyer. Pass deflected, it's stolen. Williams stolen back, but a foul and an intentional foul on Rose Holman. McGowan can't believe it. They are going to say that he stopped the momentum purposefully of Williams. Here's the steal. Tries to go behind his back. It got there eventually, and the lay-in good. Media timeout, we'll take it with them. 6-point lead for the Anderson Ravens on RHIT.TV.
They say nice guys don't finish first. So maybe it's time to reconsider what it means to be first.
It's about being your best, but knowing you could be even better.
It's being present, but respectful of history.
You sure you want to make that move?
It's donating something more valuable than money.
It's believing in yourself and something bigger.
It's coming from different families, but treating each other like brothers.
It's not just being a man, it's being a Mason.
Hey, thanks for joining us tonight. We consider it a privilege to have you as one of our listeners and viewers. If you'd like to see more content just like tonight, just hit the donate button. Every dollar that you donate will go right back into more games right here on IndianaSRN, which means more games for you. It's IndianaSRN, where you always have a front row seat.
RHIT.TV is brought to you in part by IndianaSRN Sports Page. Wall-to-wall sports news every day. High school, college, pro sports. We have it all. Check it out. IndianaSRN.org and click on the Sports Page tab. Stay informed with the IndianaSRN Sports Page. So a flagrant foul assessed to Miles McGowan for stopping the transition on what they're deeming to be a purposeful wrap-up. Cruz, you and I kind of thought he was just going after the basketball, but nonetheless, Bryce Williams is at the line. He hits them both. This was a 59-57 Ravens lead, and the Engineers had the ball down 2. Since then, it has been an 8-2 run to stretch it to an 8-point game, and it's still Anderson basketball after the timeout.
Yeah, and if you're Rose Holman, you have to move past that intentional foul. You have to worry about the fact that you've given up this 8-2 run. You know, take away the free throws, you're still giving up a 6-2 run. You can't get that call back. You just have to control what you can control.
Tough finish, doesn't go. McGowan brave there. That intentional foul was his third. So he was brave going up and contesting that shot from Beverly. Good stop for Rose Holman. They got to get back on the board, though. Offense is stalled here. Benny Smith out to Studemeyer. 3-ball from the corner. It's good. Needed it, and they go to their guy, Kobe Studemeyer. But on the other end, an easy layup for Davidson.
You got to have better communication getting back for Rose Holman. Davidson was able to sneak behind the defense, and not one single white jersey was able to pick him up on the radar.
Schmitz had the hot hand early in the half. Inside McGowan. He missed the high-low game there with his other big. They'll work it to Smith in the corner for three, and a foul is called. Rob Davidson got him on the arm. And now the sophomore from Indy will head to the free throw line for 3 shots. Benny Smith has already played 13 minutes in this game. Had a season high 22 minutes against Manchester back at the beginning of the month. Has now scored in 4 straight games, and he hits the first free throw there to cut it back to a 6-point contest.
And Austin, I feel as though the more stoppages that occur over the course of the last 10:40, the better opportunity that Rose-Hulman is going to have to reassert their control over the tempo of this game. We've seen coming out of the locker room, the game had slowed down a little bit into the favor of Rose-Hulman. That's how they want to do it. Anderson likes to get up and down. They want to turn it into a track meet, and that's sort of what we've been seeing since about the 12-minute mark or so. So good opportunity for Rose-Hulman to catch their breath a little bit and try to refocus themselves.
2 of 3 at the line for Smith. Anderson basketball up 5. 2 teams predicted to be in the top 4 of the HCAC preseason poll, both undefeated in conference play right now. Beverly misses at the rim, and Studemeyer the other way. Schmitz, quick release, 3-ball. Off the mark, but a long rebound. Goes to Rose-Hulman. Long shots equal long rebounds. Schmitz gets it back. Smith getting an extended run here. Inside, Blair, 4 to shoot, scoops it up, missed the shot. McGowan fouled on the putback. And free throws coming up for the Fighting Engineers to try and cut this back to a 1-possession game. If we've learned anything today, Cruz, this Rose-Hulman squad will not go away.
No, and it starts on the offensive glass. We just saw a prime example of it right there. The 3 going long, and then Benny Smith chasing down the rebound, and then Blair putting up that shot. And guess who was there once again? Miles McGowan, and he gets rewarded with a lucky bounce.
22 second chance points now on 14 offensive rebounds in this game for Rose-Hulman. The lead is down to 4. Now the question is how close can they get? They have not been able to grab the lead since it was 3-0. McGowan gets them both. It's a 3-point game.
Yeah, they've gotten it as close as 2 a couple of minutes ago when it was 59-57. Anderson went on that run, and now Rose-Hulman's gone on a run of their own. Like you said, at what point is Rose-Hulman going to be able to break through if they can at all?
Davidson runs the show. Moore, baseline, corner, Swan, a 3 is short. Schmitz with a rebound. He does not have the numbers. Wise move by the freshman, and they'll set it up in the hands of their playmaker, Studemeyer. Schmitz nearly turned it over. Benny Smith in a crowd. Schmitz in the corner for the tie. Yes, sir! They've come all the way back to tie it up, 69 apiece. Williams, full head of steam, but he traveled. And there's a little bit of life now for the Rose-Hulman crowd as Schmitz sets, fires, and hits to tie the game.
That was a great read right there by Joey Schmitz. He saw that Benny Smith was in trouble. He filled in the gap. He gave him an easy release. And after that, it's just muscle memory from there. How about the day that Joey Schmitz has had offensively?
In the left corner, Studemeyer shot fake, settles into a 3, left it short. And a lot of contact on that loose ball. It's going to go on Studemeyer. Williams took the brunt of that contact. I think an elbow to the ribs in the midst of that. How about 22 points for Joey Schmitz? He's 5 of 10 from 3. He's got 3 assists and 3 steals as well, but a tie game, 69 apiece. In the home stretch of this HCAC, a pivotal early season HCAC matchup.
And Austin, the big key right here for Rose-Hulman, do not settle. You've came all the way back. Now you have to make sure that you maintain what you've been doing this entire time.
Avagno with a little Dirk Nowitzki off the glass for 2. The lead back in the hands of the Ravens, 71-69. These are 2 of the 3 remaining unbeatens in the Heartland Conference. Tipped away, Benny Smith. Slashing, rising, connects and a foul. And Benny Smith's got a chance to give Rose Holman the lead for the first time since it was 3-0.
We've been talking about the tough finishes that Bryce Williams has had for Anderson all night long. How about that one right there? Going upstairs, taking the contact, having enough focus to finish that with his strong hand.
And he's got it. The lead to the Fighting Engineers. I couldn't believe how high he got on that shot. He just kept rising and was over the outstretched arm of the defender for 2 and 1. About 8 minutes to go with the lead in the hands of the Fighting Engineers. Down as many as 15. The answer is there for Kenny Troutman, just crawling over the front of the iron.
That was a nice veteran move right there from the junior. Go get yourself a bucket. Hit that B button with the spin move.
Good move off the ball. It's Simon Blair off the assist from McGowan. 1 point lead again for the home side.
Well, I'll tell you what, Austin, we're stealing money right now. Getting paid to be able to do a game like this. This is absolutely terrific.
Turn around, Jay, for Nolan Swan. Back and forth we go. The next dead ball will give the two teams and us a chance to catch our breath. Studemeyer, Schmitz, Blair to the bucket, and a late foul from across the court will take us to a timeout. What a game this has been here at Holbert Arena. Back and forth we go, and the Anderson Ravens have the lead, but Rose Holman fighting and right there with them with 7 minutes and change to go on RHIT.TV.
So my goal is to get involved in space industry and learn about what lies beyond the Earth's horizon. I came across Rose Rocketry. I saw, hey, they're doing some really cool stuff. They're building rockets. Being at Rose, I was able to hone my engineering skills to push myself to get involved in the field further and learn about all these different opportunities. And I don't think I would have really gotten that at a bigger university.
Calling officials cheaters or corrupt.
Insulting referees.
Threatening officials.
Berating young umpires, learning the ropes.
Violent language in the stands.
Screaming at a referee in the parking lot. It's not a game.
RHIT.TV brought to you in part by Family Source Insurance. Pat Cherry is your independent agent representing Ohio Mutual Insurance. Call him today for coverage tomorrow, 317-894-7000. Well, Cruz, we've been treated to a terrific game here today. Anderson jumped out to a 15-point lead in the first half, and Rose Holman's come all the way back. They had the lead a moment ago. They're going to try and grab it again here with Simon Blair at the free throw line. And this has just been high-paced, high-quality basketball.
It sure has been, and Anderson got off to that quick start. They like to run up and down the floor. They ruled that first half, at least for the first, I would say about 66% of it. The other 34% was Rose Holman getting up and down just like Anderson did. They came out of halftime, controlled the tempo that they wanted to control it like, which is slow the game down. That's the way a majority of the second half has been. Anderson hasn't been able to get out of the break like they like to for a majority of this second half.
We are tied at 75. 3 ball short. Put back good of Hanyo. Skying up for the rebound. Rose Holman has not lost in Holbert Arena this year. 2-0 at home. 2-0 in conference. Schmitz wants it. Wisely decides elsewhere. Studemeyer. He's had a good game as well in double figures. Schmitz for 3. Short. And a good rebound by Beverly.
That's exactly the guy you want shooting the ball if you're Rose Holman. He set a career high already today. The freshman has.
What a 3 from Kenny Troutman. Gave him a little jab and a shimmy to put it home and get the lead back to 5 for the Ravens. Timeout, Rose Holman. Man, that was a good finish by Kenny Troutman. And we will go ahead and turn this into a full media timeout. 6:12 left. Anderson has put themselves back up 5. We'll see the response from the Fighting Engineers when we come back on RHIT.TV.
We're doing things so quickly. A lot of times we know that we need help. So our professors all know us by name.
Basically, everybody knows everybody here.
That one-on-one personal connection you're getting with the faculty, you don't get that a lot of places.
We are not just saying, here, go do this hard project. We are right there with them. We work with them.
The faculty are there for you.
Back here on RHIT.TV, brought to you in part by Aspen Creek Grill. Why go anywhere else for delicious food? If you're looking for amazing fresh food and servers that genuinely care about service, you've got to try Aspen Creek Grill. If you're looking for amazing fresh food and servers, you will not be disappointed. 866-885-3249. Well, Cruz, this is a big pivotal moment in this game here. Rose-Hulman came all the way back and grabbed the lead, but a 6-0 run here from Anderson has gotten the lead back to 5. We know the potency of this offense for the Ravens. An important timeout there from Nick Sales.
Yeah, exactly. You know, you could sense that Anderson was starting to get back into a rhythm after they gave up their 15-point lead. Eventually, Rose-Hulman came back and took the lead. Now Anderson starts to wake up a little bit. Nick Sales trying to keep his group poised as we head down the stretch. We were talking in the timeout, you really can't let it get beyond 5 or 6 points, because once it gets to that point, it'll be danger time.
McGowan bulldozing down the baseline for 2. Back to a 3-point game. Good response out of the timeout. Hitting the baseline against the 2-3 zone.
Now you have to remain solid defensively right now, especially with Anderson starting to gain some confidence back.
What a finish by Kenny Troutman. The layup and the foul, and a free throw to come.
And the expression on Kenny Troutman's face says it all. He raised up his eyebrows. You can't guard me. And here's another look at that move right there. Isolated up top with Savovich on him. Now it's just the weight room right there.
It's the 4th foul on Savovich, so he'll continue to play, but only has 1 foul to play with. Blair to Studemeyer. He's been quiet in this second half, Studemeyer has. Schmitz has been the offense. He has it. Career high 22 for him. Savovich. Turnaround jumper. Cold, and the rebound to Anderson. 5-point lead for the Ravens. Swan inside, the missed bunny though from Beverly, and then he's fouled on the floor. But any foul at this point is putting Anderson to the free throw line. They're in the bonus. Simon Blair guilty of the foul.
It's not the worst foul in the world either. Beverly only a 60% free throw shooter, and while that's not exactly atrocious in terms of percentages, it's also not great. So you can live with putting him at the free throw line to a certain extent. Not giving up the 2 free points, instead making him earn it at the free throw line.
Benny Smith is back in for Savovich, who has those 4 fouls. Bryce Williams is back in for Anderson, and the free throw on the front end of the 1-and-1 is good. He'll earn the second. And this is danger zone here for Rose-Hulman. 6-point game, 5:14 to go. You don't really want to get into a having to match buckets challenge here with Anderson. Both free throws good for the 53% free throw shooter in Marco Beverly. And he'll head to the bench. Levy's back in. You got to get some stops and some scores for the Fighting Engineers to get back into this. Benny Smith, Studemeyer. Smith's played a big role in this game off the bench for Rose-Hulman. Smith's going to launch. It's a deep 2 that wedges short. And here comes Anderson the other way. Williams with a full head of steam into the corner. Troutman for 3. You bet. Kenny Troutman has taken this late game over. And the lead is 10 all of a sudden.
His confidence is through the roof right now. Rose-Hulman desperately needs a response, Austin.
Inside, Blair off his leg. Ball's on the deck. Ivan Yo. Somehow Blair got it back. Inside for McGowan, who lays it in.
Wow, Rose-Hulman needed that badly. Hustle points right there. And now what do we have?
I think just a warning on McGowan for hitting the ball back. Yeah, delay of game warning. 87-79. Anderson in front, nearing the 4-minute mark. And a big clash between two of the three remaining unbeatens in conference play. Good cut off the ball, but it rattles out, and they're going to get a foul. That felt like a wait for it to go in or not decision. And it's going to be the fourth on, I think, Simon Blair. Here's the three. Great find by Williams. Troutman cash.
His confidence is through the roof right now. He has really taken over this game over the course of the last 2 to 3 minutes or so. And Rose-Hulman hasn't had a response for him yet.
Good English on the first free throw for Davidson. And that one much more routine. That foul was on Blair, so he and Savovich each have 4. McGowan with 3. And a 10-point game. What is the response for the Fighting Engineers? Schmitz, Smith, right wing 3. You bet! Big answer for Rose-Hulman. 89-82, 3:45 to go.
They just won't go away, Austin. This Rose-Hulman team is full of fight. Now you have to dig your heels in right here and get a defensive stop.
Down the lane, jump ball. Yes, I think that's what they called. They did. And the possession goes to Rose-Hulman. Timeout on the floor. How about Benny Smith? He's got 7, which is 1 away from a career high. And he's got Rose-Hulman within 7 here on RHIT.TV.
At first, me and my mom were struggling. I was trying to pay the bills and trying to take care of my mom at the same time. When I first heard that I can get paid for taking care of my mom, I was kind of skeptical because I had been doing it for so many years without pay. That's when I reached out to Passion to Care. I read all the reviews and I saw that they were #1 in the field. Passion to Care has really, really changed my life. Right now, I take care of my mom 24/7 thanks to Passion to Care.
RHIT.TV is brought to you in part by Wheeler Mission. For over 131 years, Wheeler Mission has been a pillar in the Indianapolis community, providing help, hope, and healing to people in need. Can you volunteer today? Call 317-686-6239. Well, Rose-Hulman continues to get big contributions from their youngsters. 22, a career high for Joey Schmitz, and I should correct myself. Benny Smith is up to 10 with that last 3, which is a career high for him as well.
It's been a terrific day in terms of scoring for both of these teams. Anderson, you probably expected more than Rose-Hulman is. This is 20 points above their season average, or just about at that point. But this is going to be a crucial last 3:33. I don't think it takes me telling you guys that in order for you to understand it. Rose-Hulman's got to find a way to get buckets and then get stops defensively. Kenny Troutman's really got going for Anderson over the last couple of minutes. They're going to have to focus on him and also take Tate Evagno out of the game as well. 2 of the best scorers on the day for Anderson.
Big possession here, down 7 with the ball for Rose-Hulman. Who do they turn to? Studemeyer, kicked by Evagno. And pinballs its way down. 82 points is the second highest scoring output of the year for the Fighting Engineers. They had 84 in a win over Manchester a couple of weeks ago. They get it in. A foul called as McGowan bobbled it. Now Williams tagged with a foul. That's his second. One more foul, and Anderson will put Rose-Hulman in the bonus, which is where they want to be, getting points with no time coming off the clock. McGowan again off the inbound. They send 2. He spins away, but still the help side block from Axel Leby. It felt like he was out of the play.
That was great. That was great presence of mind by Leby. He cleared out and then came back into the play and was able to get that rejection. And he got the rebound.
McGowan short on the jumper. Doesn't feel like you can allow too many more points here on this end of the floor if you're Rose-Hulman. They throw it for Leby. He eventually tracks it down. Boy, Williams' first step is so quick. They work it to Troutman, who slipped and traveled. Here's the block again. So there's the spin to the inside that makes it look like or spin to the, he gets away, but then Levy kind of hid behind Ivanyo and popped back out like a jack-in-the-box and stuffed the shot.
He was right where he needed to be on that help side wall area right there. Never cleared out. Kept himself in the play, and he was rewarded for it.
Into the middle of the zone, it's Smith. Here is Benny Smith for three. He got another one. Benny Smith, a 27% three-point shooter, has caught fire. And the Fighting Engineers within 4. And the steal by Schmitz. Up ahead, Studemeyer. Studemeyer on the run to the bucket. High off the glass. Creativity from Kobe Studemeyer. And a timeout, Rose-Hulman. They're down just 2.
They just won't go anywhere. They just won't go away. Benny Smith knocking down the three. You just saw it right there. And then Studemeyer off the turnover. We were talking about it during the break. They're not called the Fighting Engineers for no reason. They continue to scratch and claw and do everything that they can to keep themselves in it. Things were looking bleak after Kenny Troutman caught fire for Anderson. But here we are again, a 2-point game with 2.5 to go. Austin, buckle in.
RHIT.TV brought to you in part by Highway Safety Services. You do what you do. We'll keep you safe while doing it. Contact us at 765-446-1502. Not 100% sure what the timeout situation is. I know Rose-Hulman's called at least 2. Coach Sales taking one there to set up the defense, down by a pair with 2:24 left in the game. They get it in for Troutman. Ivanyo facing the loose press that now backs off and retreats into a half-court defense. Williams had the first half spark for Anderson, has been quiet in the second half. Just 2 points for Williams in this second 20 minutes. Ivanyo fouled, and that's free throws because of the bonus. Schmitz picks it up.
It was all created on that shot fake by Ivanyo. He's able to get Joey Schmitz to react to it, got him up in the air. All he had to do was just drop his hips and go right by him. And Schmitz had to recover and foul him.
2 fouls on Schmitz. Team foul number 10. So this is 2 free throws now for Ivanyo, who splashes the first. He's only missed 3 free throws all year, 93%. He's been the leader. 22 points a game. He makes them both on that trip. So Anderson back in front by 4. Ivanyo with 24 now. 91-87, a shootout that has seen the best offensive performance of the year from Rose-Hulman. Schmitz, Studemeyer, back to Schmitz, open look, too strong, but it pinballs right to McGowan for 2.
Right spot, right time again for Miles McGowan. How many times have we seen the ball pinball into his arms off an offensive miss?
Ivanyo utilizes the shot fake. The double was there. Now a fadeaway doesn't go. McGowan the rebound, a chance to tie or take the lead for the Rose-Hulman Fighting Engineers. 2 of the 3 undefeated teams left in the HCAC in the early going, both 2-0. Anderson's won the last 5 meetings. Nick Sales is the head coach of Rose-Hulman, 0-5 against Anderson. Schmitz, deep 3. Off to the left, and on the rebound, it's tipped out of bounds by Rose-Hulman. Schmitz has looked a little bit, the second to the last one looked a little bit like an adrenaline-filled three-pointer. That one a little bit off to the left.
Yeah, I like the idea of Schmitz getting a shot, although from 27 feet, I don't know if that's exactly the look that they wanted to get right there.
Up the floor, Davidson. On the hands of Williams, and it's stolen away. Another chance to tie or take the lead in the final 50 seconds, and a foul as Williams trips Studemeyer. And bonus free throws, it's going to be 1 and 1 for Studemeyer. Well, hold on, they're signaling. I don't know if the signal of 2 was for the guy who's supposed to be shooting. It should be a 1 and 1. I don't think that was a shooting foul.
One of the referees put up the 1 and 1 signal. Yep. I think that's what we got.
1 and 1 for Studemeyer and a chance to tie. First one is good. Anderson led by 15 in the first half. They led by as many as 10 in this second half. Timeout Anderson to chat this one over with Coach Carter Collins. Boy, Cruz, we've been treated to a good one here. These are two teams that it feels like are going to serve a big part of the HCAC story this year.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. And if this matchup is any sign of what is to come later on in the year where these two teams meet up again, you better have that date circled on your calendar. Now, if you're Rose-Hulman right here, make or miss, you have to lock in defensively. Obviously, you don't want to give up another bucket to the Ravens. But if you do hold yourself defensively, you have to close it out with a rebound. The way that things should work out, unless Anderson goes 2 for 1, which is a possibility, you will have the opportunity at a final shot to potentially win this game. And the way that things have played out so far, I mean, how perfect would it be for Rose-Hulman to end things at the buzzer?
Well, first things first, Studemeyer, a 75% shooter in low volume this year, has one more free throw to tie the game. In, out, and back in again. Deadlocked at 91. 45 seconds to play. Davidson, back to Williams. Williams poked away, a steal. And the home team has a chance to go and try and win it right here. About 5.5 seconds between the clocks. I know Nick Sales has at least one timeout left if he wants to use it. It looks like he's going to let his team play it out. Here we go. Studemeyer with 10 on the timer. Studemeyer inside McGowan, knocked away, got it back. McGowan going to work. Hook shot, short, rebound, loose. Nobody has it yet. They're trying to call timeout, and they got it. McGowan got the ball in his hands. Timeout Rose-Hulman, 2.6 on the clock. Wow. Wow, what a finish to this basketball game, and we're about to get a potential game-winning shot here if Rose-Hulman can get a look and Nick Sales could draw something up here. 2.6 on the clock, Cruz.
You cannot settle in this situation right here. You're in the bonus at this point. Attack the rim. I mean, yeah, you've been hot for 3, but all you need is one free throw to go down, and you have the lead with less than 2.6 seconds, however much time it'll be when you can draw a foul. Put pressure on the defense down low, and just try to force up a shot down low, take some contact. You're going to have some pressure free throws. You have to be ready to knock those in. But the last thing that Rose-Hulman needs to do is settle from beyond the arc. That is something they can't afford to do.
You've got Joey Schmitz, who's been the leader today for Rose-Hulman. 22 points on 5 of 13 shooting, but he's missed his last couple. Studemeyer's got 20, and he's got that first step to potentially get him to the mid-range jumper or to the bucket. And you've got McGowan inside with a 19-point, 16-rebound performance. 8 offensive rebounds, and grabbing that loose ball and getting the timeout might just win them the basketball game. We shall see. So coming out of the timeout, we see McGowan out there, Studemeyer, Schmitz, Smith, and Blair. 2.6 on the clock. Studemeyer will trigger. Tipped, picked up, Blair fires. Oh, he hit it! A game winner! Simon Blair from the corner! Fighting Engineers win! A broken play, and Simon Blair plays hero! A total team effort from the Fighting Engineers. Down as many as 15. They win it by 3. Are you kidding me? Simon Blair deflected into the corner. His bench is yelling, shoot it. He's falling out of bounds, and he hits it to get the win.
And also, they're going to take a look at this one, but I think it was good live. They're going to have to take another look at it.
Unbelievable. The ball gets tipped. You think the play is broken. The time's going to run out. Simon Blair not only picks it up, but has the wherewithal to get the shot up, and it's a perfect swoosh. Unreal finish to this basketball game.
How perfect was the script for this game? You get down 15 early on, you fight your way back. I mean, take a look at this right here. The deflection, the wherewithal to put up the three from the corner, falling away. Just
the other part of this, there might be time left on the clock. That's the other part of this that they're going to be looking at.
And if Anderson has a timeout, they could advance the ball up the court too. Well, they're not going to have nearly enough time.
That's it. Ball game. Rose-Hulman wins 94-91. The Fighting Engineers are 3-0 in conference play off the back of number 33, Simon Blair. Unbelievable finish to this game. You just can't script it, Cruz.
You can't. It really leaves you speechless the way that this game played out. All the drama you could ever want in a basketball game right here. This is a team, Rose-Hulman, that came in averaging 64 points a game. They tallied 94. We thought that they were going to have to slow the game down, but I mean, how perfect was this ending, Austin? You can't say anything more than that.
94-91. The Fighting Engineers win this one. We'll take a break, collect our thoughts. Hopefully hear from Coach Nick Sales on what has been just a fantastic game here for Rose-Hulman. They win by 3. Back with the post-game show and more. RHIT.TV.
My spec for going to college was quite simple. I narrowed the field down to 2 choices. Rose-Hulman obviously is the one I eventually chose, but the other choice that I had was Harvard. But when I got there, the staff spent a lot of time emphasizing that I'm going to be studying with sons of senators and congressmen and presidents and CEOs and all of these big shots. And the whole time I was thinking, I'm way not going to fit in here. And when I went to Rose-Hulman, I met a lot of really smart, really talented people that were much more like me. It's obviously a smaller community, but it's a smaller community with a capital C. I really felt more at home at Rose-Hulman. My name is Greg Lowe, and I'm the CEO of Wolfspeed in Durham, North Carolina. I'm a 1984 graduate of Rose-Hulman with a BS EE degree. When I graduated from Rose-Hulman, I joined Texas Instruments as a field sales engineer and eventually ended up running the analog business at TI, and then eventually became the CEO of Freescale Semiconductor and now Wolfspeed Semiconductor. Wolfspeed is a semiconductor company. We make power semiconductors, but we do it on a different technology called silicon carbide. When you produce a chip using silicon carbide and you compare that with a chip on silicon, it's substantially more efficient. Basically, that means it wastes less energy. What I could see happening is the world moving from the internal combustion engine to the electric car. And what were going to be the key drivers of that? Well, it was going to be getting a long range and being able to refuel or recharge your car quickly. And silicon carbide does exactly that. I think silicon carbide is probably the prime catalyst to move us off of fossil fuels. We're developing a technology that's actually going to enable bluer skies and cleaner air and less carbon emissions and less warming and so forth. And I think that's something that's very motivating to the organization. My office is just a couple of floors up in this building, and I
Back here at Holbert Arena, it's the Morales Group staffing post-game show. What a finish we had here. Osterman Cruz Martin with you. Cruz, the Piper Logistics player of the game. This is as tough of a decision as you might have. There's a lot of options for Rose-Hulman. Who's the player of the game?
Miles McGowan, easy. I mean, you can throw it to Simon Blair for hitting the game-winning shot, but at the same time, that doesn't happen if Miles McGowan doesn't get one of his 8 offensive rebounds, one of his 16 total rebounds for the game right there at the end, and had the wherewithal to call the timeout in order to get them set up for that game winner. There's a look at the Simon Blair game winner once again. Unbelievable shot from the corner set up by Miles McGowan. 19 and 16, an unbelievable stat line. There was about 4 or 5 players that you could have given it to tonight, but Miles McGowan outshining them all.
You think when the ball gets tipped like that, anything could happen. You could run out of time. You could forget that the clock is running once it gets tipped. And for him to have the wherewithal to just put that shot up and at least give it a shot, We'll take one final break here in the Morales Group Staffing postgame show. We'll talk to Coach Nick Sales in a moment on RHIT.TV.
A good engineer, a good mathematician, a good scientist.
Because he's been in the gym and he shoots tough shots all the time, and tonight it was him that hit the big one.
He did. He hit an absolutely ginormous three there. How about the play of Joey Schmitz today? A career high for him, 22 points. The lights certainly were not bright for that freshman.
No, not at all. I spent a lot of time with Joey recruiting him last year. His family is amazing. He's a great kid, and it's funny, when I first got the job here 2 years ago, I saw him at Indiana State's elite camp, and he told me he wanted engineering. And we've had a relationship ever since then. And I've went to a lot of his high school games last year. I got all the faith in the world in that kid, and he's going to be disappointed about his 3 turnovers. But, man, he guarded the, MVP of the league tonight, and I put a lot on him, and he wants it.
Miles McGowan down low, 16 rebounds, 8 offensive boards, including the one that gets you the extra possession to eventually go and win the game. You don't set the career offensive rebounding mark for nothing, and he earned it today as well.
Absolutely. Miles is my guy. When I first took this job, he was very excited because he wanted to do more. He wanted to learn. He knew I worked with post guys, and he's hungry. He loves the game. He has a job already lined up, but he still wants to be around the game, so I'm hoping I can get him to catch me out the next couple of years. But, man, he's a warrior, and I love him to death.
You guys got out to a slow start. You're down 15 in the first half. What's kind of the message in that huddle, and how impressed are you with your team? And not only down 15 in the first half, down 10 in the second half at one point. You guys just kept fighting back.
Yeah, stay in the course and keep fighting, right? Follow the game plan. Rob Davison had a really big day for them. He played really well, right? We wanted to make things tough for Tate and Bryce and the Swan, the freshman, for them. But our guys, they did a better job of following the plan, and the biggest thing was turnovers. We had 10 turnovers eight or 10 turnovers in the first half, and we didn't have that many in the second half. We eliminate transition and make them try to score on us in the half court. That was the goal, and we did a better job of that in the second half.
Coach, I know it's never about you, but your first win over Anderson in your career, congratulations, and what a performance from your team today.
Appreciate it. No, it's not about me. I got special players that went out there and made the plays. I'm just out there trying to look good as they do it.
Coach, we appreciate you joining us. Congrats on the win.
Absolutely. Thank you.
That was the head coach of the Fighting Engineers, Nick Sales, joining us here on the post-game show. Thanks to all of you for watching along here on this wonderful Saturday evening. What a great game we had here today as the Fighting Engineers win 94-91 over the Anderson Ravens. For Cruz Martin, I'm Austin Render, the rest of our fantastic crew, led by our director, Chuck. We're signing off here from Holbert Arena. Fighting Engineers 3-0 in conference play with a dramatic game-winning three-pointer to win over Anderson. Enjoy the rest of your weekends. We'll talk to you next time on RHIT.TV.